We'll be right back. Welcome everyone here once again to day 2 of the PMEWL 2 mid-season showdown here. Myself, Hannah Wolf, and Netura for day 2 of the action. And it comes off of what was a exciting first day here, Netura. How are we feeling now with another group of 16 teams?
Very excited. I am very excited for this. I think this is going to be so much fun. We've got all other set, as you just mentioned, so we're not going to be seeing the teams from yesterday. We're not going to be seeing them. They'll be back probably tomorrow. But for today, we have teams on the go for tonight. And I think we're probably going to see a little bit of what happened last night with the kind of quieter first few games and then really starting to get into big hitter games. So I'm super excited for this, Wolf.
Look, as we said, we had Group A yesterday. If you weren't there, a quick heads up that there were some epic last few matches that we had, and I'm really excited to see who will come up on top, if we will see some consistency, because I will warn you, for spoilers, that it was a giant finish from Digital Athletics. We saw that 30-point game right in Game 5 yesterday, where they took 20 elimination points and defeating now also Galatasaray for that top spot in the first day of the standings.
Yeah, it was very. I mean, you had to be there, but I'm sure there's going to be highlights everywhere you look now on Instagram, on Twitter, everywhere, because it was some pretty cool stuff. You know, we had Galatasaray as well start to make a little bit of a comeback into the second of the night, and we also saw likes of teams like our start kind of off. A few teams that we may have expected a little more from coming through a little short, falling a little short there, but it was only the first day, And I think this is where we're seeing this again tonight, because we're going to be seeing probably a few teams just kind of sort themselves out a little bit. Is the first to have some to kind of sort themselves out, experiment a little bit.
Yeah, and exactly. And a bit of time to experiment for these teams. They've got Tuesday and Thursday here in our second group to try out their strategies for 10 games. We've already seen yesterday's play from Group A, and they will play tomorrow on the 11th, if you are wondering. And then the top teams will go through to the second phase on 14th and 15th. Phase 3 later on, and 23rd and 24th for our finals later this month. But our squad rosters for Group B here, Netura, take me through the big names.
Oh, we got a lot of big names. I've seen a lot of teams that I recognize and have come pretty well over the last couple of seasons. You've got, Inception with Yildiz, Athena, and Zeros, all three pretty good players there. We got Leora, Amaya, One Tap. Both of those, all three of those, rather, I recognize very, very well. You got Yelem for Bache this season. And then, of course, the KR Lionesses. I think everybody's going to really recognize our girls, Cat Veins, Kawhi, Karmzy, Logica, and Cat Veins. I mean, oh, wait, Cat Veins is ice. That's not correct. But, it's still a stacked lobby nonetheless.
Like, you're hyping me up about the KR Lionesses, and you were telling me sweet things about this squad before we started today. I'm expecting them to come out swinging now, and hopefully contesting some of the top teams that we saw in terms of results from that series of games yesterday. But as we move on, we do have also here Eagle, PNRC, Destiny, Lakers Monarchy, and Magnum Karaya here. I'm a bit of a newbie when it comes to these names. I'm getting myself familiar with it. Is there any top names here, Netura, that we're also looking at?
Let me have a look. Bambi from Regnum Karya. You're going to be seeing her quite a bit, I think. She's a really good support, if I'm remembering correctly, from last season. She did a super good job with her team. Melzi as well, you're seeing here. I think Letty and Bianca. Actually, everybody from Eagle, I think I recognize. So, yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see these teams in action because, of course, last season, most of these teams were kind of sorted together differently. They've got a whole new sort of roster coming in here. Same names, different lineups. So I'm going to be very interested to kind of compare the two seasons and kind of what's going on there. And of course, compare from yesterday as well.
Yeah, I also noticed a couple names here. One of them from the Million Dollar Babies here, Kitty, who came previously
Hmm.
from 812. They had a bit of an unfortunate showing, that squad and that roster. There are a couple of these other players that we'll see on the next side of our final teams competing as well, and how they've kind of split up some of these teams. And we noticed it on the first day, right, with groups of players, of ladies who had come from different squads in season before, and now they are playing here together in a culmination of two, three different teams. How are we finding that now after one day? Do you have high hopes for some of these newly formed rosters from the previous teams?
I absolutely do because I think we saw a lot of really good, promising things from some relatively new lineups yesterday. I mean, we have MIR, which is a fairly new lineup, I believe. You had some teams that had glimmers, but not necessarily found their footing in the first day. I'm talking kind of KMG, Slytherin, Pain to some extent, even though they did have a great win. So it's really nice to see that already. There's potential in all of them. It's just kind of sorting themselves out and getting that synergy. But absolutely, I think by the time the finals roll around, I think we're going to have some really, really strong teams.
Yeah, and I think that that's what we are expecting as well in this tournament is the growth through the tournament. And yeah, there may be a couple of hiccups. We see at the start of yesterday, and we're kind of maybe expecting it today that we see a bit of warm up in the first game, the second game, but hopefully that by the end of today, and especially as we come through the later phases, we start to see these teams be able to show us their maximum potential. And as you can see, the map schedule will be the same like it was yesterday. We'll be starting off on Erangel and then moving on to Miramar, should I say, with Sanok in the middle. And we're going to go back to Miramar and Erangel later this evening. I'm really excited to see how these teams perform, especially from the first to the second game of Erangel and Miramar. We saw a lot of changes in that earlier yesterday.
Yes, we really did. I'm going to be very interested to see this. I think we've got a fairly different day lined up for us here, Wolf, because yesterday we had at least two teams, if I'm not mistaken, Galatasaray and Denise Bank Wildcats. Both of those teams have the same roster throughout the seasons. They are very experienced, good synergy teams. What I'm
Mm.
seeing today, though, is if as far as I'm aware now, chat, you gotta correct me here if I'm wrong, but I think these are all new rosters. Certainly from season two, I don't recognize anyone as being the exact same roster as in season two. So I'm gonna be very interested to see what that kind of means when you're looking at these different rosters and the same players in different rosters, and how that will actually affect the games in general.
I mean, do you think that we are then alluding to maybe new strategies that we didn't see yesterday? Because as you saw yesterday's teams, there were a lot of players who had played on those previous seasons' matches.
Mhm.
And now, do we maybe see how it will look like in a different form of new strategies?
Yeah, I'm super excited to see if there are any kind of new strategies. I think with the girls team, there's always something new coming in, something fresh that you don't generally see in other tournaments. So if that's what we've got coming tonight, then absolutely, I'm so ready.
Look, and we're just warming up to our first game, Erangel. And I think the Erangel match, as we say, is going to be a warm up. I'm hoping that we're going to see some confidence through from our ladies in the first game today because there were a little bit of subdued action in that first match yesterday. I think, to be fair, it was partly because of the zone. The zone was pretty diabolical from the first and the second game. It continued that way a little bit later on, and I think Group A definitely did have a few hard zones in yesterday's matches that they're going to be analysing. Are we going to
Yeah.
maybe hopefully see a little bit of a calmer standings of teams, or are we going to get some of action starting off?
I'd love to see a lot of action, but it's really going to depend on the zones. I mean, like you said, we had some dreadful zones. Pretty single game, I think the Sandhawk was pretty much a dreadful zone every single time right off the get go. So I think for this, it's going to be a little bit easier for them this time around. But I'd like to see an easier zone mean they're more getting that aggression in really early and starting the show for us.
Look, and I'm also curious about the rotations because the rotations were something that really caught my eye about these ladies yesterday. Where there were some great rotations, but there were definitely some question marks, pun intended, from yesterday's team about the rotations that we saw going into those zones, especially around the phase 4 to phase 5 mark. And I'm curious how these ladies will navigate that mid game point. Is there strategies coming into the mid game on a map like Erangel that you already kind of have in your mind about rotations?
Yeah, I think you can definitely. It's something I think these girls have been preparing a long time for, because generally what happens is the European Women's League even is basically the most senior event that the Women's League have every year, so a couple times a year. It's like PMPL for us, honestly.
Mm,
So I think they've been preparing a lot for this, and they'll know exactly who, not only what their rotations are, but what everybody else's rotations are going to be
mm.
specifically for this event. So I think they've got it pretty locked down.
Look, and I'm hoping to see that confidence shine through and that preparation work shine through. I think also we talked about some of the teams coming in. You mentioned a couple favorites here. Are we expecting any dark horse teams looking at the rosters so far in today that
Mm.
maybe come out of that gate swinging, showing what they're made of?
Gosh, yeah, I think we're looking at maybe a few with the more experienced players as the majority of the rosters. I think you already know who I'm gonna say. Out of this one, it's probably gonna be our Lionesses. They've been here at least 2 seasons. For the of them, and because they're big names in the scene, I think they have played together a lot. They're known together. They're known. So I think we're going to be seeing hopefully some really good stuff out of them in particular.
Look, I'm hoping for it, and I'm hoping for, as we said, that good stuff to come through because they got a lot of a ceiling to have to climb, or should I say, a high
Hmm.
ceiling to reach. And you talked about it before with me about Dignitas. Also, should I say not Dignitas? Thinking another game, Digital Athletics, with 30 points and 20 eliminations. And I think you sort of saw as well alongside their high damage game in that final Wrangle match, 2,875 damage. A
Yeah.
lot of the other teams in the first 5 matches yesterday generally have high damage numbers. And now you talk to me about this going into this first game. Are we going to continue to see that the high damage numbers from these teams? Because it feels to me that the women in this competition are all very much into the fighting and into the micro skills in the play.
Yes, they absolutely 100% are. I have rarely seen such aggression come from any team as I've seen from these girls. So it really is a scene for those who really like the aggressive side and the aggressive push, push, push sort of plays. Yeah, yeah, I think this is an interesting game coming into the Erangel as we're getting onto that flight path. I think it's going to be a very interesting game. I think, as we've said, it's going to start off kind of slow. I think a lot of teams are going to kind of get their footing and get the vibe of this particular tournament. And then hopefully by game 2, game 3, certainly by Sandhawk, we should be seeing it pick up a little bit, get some of those early eliminations in, and we'll be good to go, I think. But it looks like maybe, I mean, I know everybody's kind of grouped up together here, but are we looking at some hot drops?
It could be the case. It's not as an even split here with the playing path, so it might be similar to what we
Mm-hmm.
saw in our final game yesterday, where some of the teams are going to fight. You see some of those teams looking towards the edge of the mountainsides on the west and around Georgia Pole. Potentially could see some rotations and some early clashes here. Also, already it looks like the KR Lionesses, as you talked about, we talked about them in the pregame, already opening fire onto the opponents from afar.
Lovely. Love to see it. Honestly, it's some nice early defensive maneuvers there. They're trying to get those points in super early, but I think that's what we can expect from a team that are very much an experienced team individually. They kind of know already what they're supposed to be doing right off the bat. So it'll be interesting to see what they're going to be coming through here. Nice landing spot, by the way. Hospital is a really good spot. I like this from them. It's not too hot, but it's still got plenty of loot. It's a nice in-between area. But the first blood has been spilled, and it's not over here, Wolf.
Yeah, it will unfortunately be here. KRLINS is missing out on that first blood opportunity. It will be Ina taking out W over here, as unfortunately it looks like one of them will be knocked and taken out. We also have to note that H2K, hard to kill, they are down a member coming into this game. So I'll be curious to see how this affects them coming into this first match. Not the most ideal situation, but it is something to be wary of.
Yeah, absolutely. Fenerbahce are in the same boat as well. They're up there. You can see they have just a trio to go. So yeah, not the best idea coming into the first game, but you know what? It's perfectly doable still. It's not a duo. That's fine. Yeah, it is a shame though. I'm not sure how to pronounce this. Patoke? Patoke. Your name is now Patoke. I'm sorry if that's incorrect. But yeah, Patoke being down. Um, just leaving Rin, Piper, and Meph here. I think it'd be okay, but you do kind of see potentially a little bit of pushing coming in from the opposite team there. They're kind of trying to take advantage of that knock, which is always really nice to see. Now coming back over to KR here, you actually kind of see that PNC are actually quite close to them in South Georgia Pole. So they do have some neighbors. They aren't alone quite, but at the moment, no one's going to be doing anything.
Yeah, PNCR, I don't expect them to be in too much trouble here around George Paul. It did look like some teams had separated around the more southern western point of Erangel here. So you're looking at those smaller buildings, those compounds to the west side of the Gatka fields. I really think that actually a crucial part of this Erangel map will be taking control of the mountain on those northern bridges coming into Georgia Pool. I expect some teams to be rotating around this way and looking at, of course, that control around the bridge where you have the mountain and off the end the Wizard Tower. I think that smaller bridge there, more towards the east, would be a crucial point that these teams could, of course, always look to control and catch out one of the most ideal rotational bridges and crossings into the mainland of Erangel for those northern teams coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. Very favorite places. And, you know, Majesty always kind of clowned me for this because I do say it's one of my very favorite places in Erangel. I say that a lot about a lot of places. So take it with a grain of salt.
We can have multiple places.
You've just described. Exactly, right? Right. Well, that's one of my multiple places. The area you've just described is such a great spot for just fighting in general. End zones over there are always so interesting. So I'm looking forward if the zone does go that way. It doesn't look like it is going to, though, because we are seeing KR Lionesses V nature here, 1,200 meters from zone, and we all know that that place is not 1,200 meters from this hospital area. So I think we are going to be going more to the east side, potentially more south, but I don't think so. So we'll have to see how that ends up working out. But, you know, I think we got some good rotations coming in here fairly early. It looks like the Lionesses for sure are ready to go. Just have to see how that zone's actually shaping up. We could see, Wolf, a difference in these rotations as well, though, because we could definitely be seeing a difference from day one. We saw on day one there was a lot of rotations fairly early on. People were really quick to get into those zones quickly. With here, you're seeing a few, but I'm not really quite seeing the immediate jump to go into action just yet. So could see a little bit of a difference there.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we'll see today maybe not the full let's all dive into the center of the zone type of play. I think it's great for the viewership. And don't mind me, I am one for the action. I am one for getting down with the team fights. But I also think that there's a time and a place where you have to take your time into the zone, play around the edge of the map, slowly work your way forwards towards that central point or to a point of power based on where the zone is in that specific game, and not just rush in, because that was one of the mistakes that we saw yesterday, where several teams often using these vehicles to move in too quickly, attract a lot of attention from those other teams already in the circle, and then get caught out because everyone knows where they are, but they don't have a position to call their own or to settle and be, because they've not had the time to gather that said information.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not really a huge fan of late rotations for that reason because you end up having to make decisions in a pressured situation, either by zone or by other teams, without any real information. But I think Yakut here is getting loads of info as they cross paths with, I don't know even who that is, Regnum? That might be Regnum there. Just crossing paths over by Shelter, but it doesn't look like they're going to be making much use of that information. They're going to be just moving on out. Yeah, it is Regnum Karya just crossing across by Shelter. And then you got Galacticos as well. So we are going over to that eastern side. Regnum and Yakut, both of these teams going to be making their move on Tenshin direction here. I would love to see maybe a fight already, but I doubt that's really going to happen. I mean, if they're smart, they're not going to make this a fight right now.
Yeah, I did get a little bit of a sneak peek of that zone. It does look like it has gone far up towards that northeastern point. And Neptura, you're now looking maybe towards those rotations like Yasnaya Polyana and the bridge crossing. Those fields, particularly, could be a great opportunity for teams, where you said playing on the edge who still want to pick up those points in early parts of the game. Maybe looking towards those fields around the craters on towards the south of Yasnaya Polyana and taking advantage of the high hills, or the high hill, should I say, just before that. And not to mention Yasnaya Polyana, I think would be a great opportunity for teams who maybe want to have that comfortability of just staying safe in the first game. Could be an option for them. Although I would always argue staying away from the city and allowing to yourselves to gather the information of teams putting themselves in that situation would be better, because of course it is in phase 1, and we do have to be aware that the zone could shift away from those cities and those points, making it harder, of course, to rotate out of those locations.
Yeah, I think it depends on the size of the city, to be honest. I think a city like Yasnaya, as long as there's maybe only 2 teams at that point in town, I think you're generally okay. It's those smaller cities and the smaller groups of compounds that generally put you in the worst spot if the zone does move away. But I don't really like compounds. I prefer the wide open spaces, but neither of these are going to be working for who's just gone down there. I don't think the board to the right hand side is actually working. So White are going after somebody. They've already taken out one of Yakut, and now it looks like they are going after, I can't see. Can't see who that is. We're going after them though.
Yeah, it's White. They're gonna be moving in towards their first fight. It looks like they might have caught a solo player out here, Neptura. As unfortunately one, and they look to be in some trouble.
Oh,
that would be White. Mia going down, but it will be the rest of the D squad behind them. They will not fall down just yet, and they will keep Mia crucially alive in that fight. They didn't get executed away, so they will be back as a 4-man squad, and already with 3 eliminations. So White starting off the first game strong here.
Yeah, very nice indeed. Yeah, that was Yildiz from Inception there. That's a shame. Yildiz is another big player from the previous season, so shame to see her go down so early. But Inception are actually a duo, right? Not the best start for them. White, on the other hand, they've gotten 3 rotational eliminations. That's always a great start to any sort of game. Rotational eliminations are the best, honestly, because it's minimal damage to you. You're not making big pushes. You're just kind of spraying and praying. It's a good time had by all, except the people you're eliminating. But the zone is going to be going down to Lipovka down there, going to be centering up on Yasnaya as well. So I think a lot of teams kind of knew where this was going to be going. We do see a lot of teams, I mean, Galacticos, I always do this, Galacticos, making a big monopoly over onto those fields over to the south of Yasnaya, but it looks like they're going to be moving up now. Interesting to see that they kind of already had this down.
Yeah, I also really like their position there of Lakers Mono around the areas we said, just keeping an eye on those hills towards the south. I definitely think that would be a crucial location for these teams to take advantage of. Especially those teams coming from the western side on those earlier rotations, you expect them to be making more of that southerly rotation rather than going towards maybe the north end of the map, knowing that there could be teams on their rotations. They would get an easier time rotating down the south end due to the way that the plane path goes to the zone. I actually think, though, that you see some of these teams right on the eastern edge playing a bit maybe too safe, and I'm worried about these teams that are looking down towards Lipovka. They could catch out the likes of those rotations. This PNC are also going to lose a player on the knock too hard to kill there on the kill feed, but we do move over to it. To explain my point, however, they might be a bit struggling coming to the end of the game to come out of Lipovka, come back into the game if it does shift away from there, because you do have a lot of downward hills and those roadsides where teams can catch you moving into the rotations into the center of the zone where it is currently.
Yeah, I think it's always I'm a big proponent of trying to set up as much as possible for endgame. So not only just choosing what to go into zone 2, but choosing a position that you can get to in zone 2 that you can hold for zones 4, 5, and 6. So places like Lipovka, unless the zone is going to center up in the middle of town, which it rarely does, Lipovka is not a good spot to really be because of those hills, because of those downhill slopes towards the town. You end up having a really hard exit plan for those types of places because that whole hill just will have loads of teams on it, and probably 3 or 4 if the zone does end up going up those hills. I've seen it before. You have a lot of teams up there, but who is it? It's Ilem, isn't it? With that big old sniper rifle. It is. I knew it. I thought that was her. She has the great big. Oh no, she doesn't. Wait, who was that then? That had the AM whatever, the new sniper.
It could.
Who had that?
Yeah,
I
it
saw
could
in
be also from Galacticos, Sirens potentially from the other side.
Oh, maybe
as well fighting. So it is really is PNCR. On their last legs, you can see they're fighting for this elimination point per PNCR. You're down to only now 2 more smokes. You really aren't getting out of this position, but it's about how long PNCR will be able to survive. I do worry we might be seeing a bit of an early exit through from this squad. Got to see what they will be able to do on the next match, because now as more teams surround themselves, there is no way out. Fenerbahce also do have to be wary on their exit, because now once PNCR does go down, you might end up with a Galactico Sirens moving towards you on that rotation, as they also may look to rotate upwards and into that more central point, as you said, of the zone.
Yeah, we could see that clash end up happening. They do seem to be looking for it, at least on Galacticos' side. But at the moment, Fenerbahce just really pointed in on this shack, which is interesting because it's interesting that they're trying so hard for this, because I don't think that PNCR have any real power over them at this point. It's uphill, they don't have an angle, etc. I mean, I know they want the point, but I suppose they just don't want to backstab as well. But it's interesting that they're getting almost, not quite, but almost tunnel visioned into that shack in particular. It's an interesting play coming in from them. Going back over to White, though, Kira has 3 eliminations. White are doing a pretty darn good job this time around. They're entering this tournament very strongly, so nicely done on their part. And at the moment, nice 2-2 split coming in here. Good, strong compounds on this side of zone. They got 15 seconds till the next one comes on in, though, so we'll see if that works out for them.
Yeah, I really actually think that White have a great opportunity here to keep advantage and keep control of this area of the zone. You can see Fenerbahce off to the edge of them and other teams up further, even towards the more north and eastern end of the zone shift. But I'm curious to how now this stage 2 shift has gone. It has now gone back towards Fenerbahce and towards Galacticos. And now it's going to be realistically here. We see Fenerbahce making that wider rotation to get to this next compound in. I like this move. Rather than being caught on these teams, moving in from the east now with that hard shift back to the western edge. And also get themselves some safety, some security with the building from those teams as well, and not fall prey to Galacticos later on.
Yeah, I love this. This is the kind of timing that I want to see from teams. As soon as the zone goes, you go. I don't want to really see much hesitation whatsoever here. So it's really nice from Fenerbahce to be coming straight into Yasnaya. Now this is bold, and I will say we were talking about Lipovka and how hard it is to get out of there. You do see Yakut having that same sort of struggle. Yakut and Kasich being on the Lipovka side, and Yakut trying to gatekeep them, but it looks like it might not be working actually, unless I had it the other way around. Anyway, one of the two is not doing so well, and I think that's Yakut with 2 down. So just what we were talking about, Lipovka, you know, kind of going back to that.
Yeah, and this is doing that mistake that we talked also about earlier, which was now being able to drive later on in the zone. You don't have that flexibility, you don't have that information awareness of where those teams are. And Galacticos, they're going to take away that one elimination, bringing Yakut down to just Italy, the solo player. They do have a building to call their own, but you do have to be wary that there are still teams to come in. Hard to kill, still another one of those squads to come in from the northern end. So there are later rotating teams that can pressure those teams that are indecisive.
Oh, now this is interesting. We're seeing White get threatened a little bit here by EB. I think that's going to be, who's that going to be? I'm just checking, right? You know, some live questioning going on of the roster. I'm not sure who that quite is there, but EGL, sorry, yeah, it's going to be EGL over there. So some interesting altercations coming in there. Fenerbahce not getting quite to Yasnaya. I think that was kind of just a little bit of a scout going on there, but a nice compound nonetheless. Yes, it's a good spot for them. I'm just not sure how PNCR are still around. I think the zone really saved them there because teams started getting more preoccupied with actually rotating than taking her out. So she's still alive for this one.
Yeah, and all PNCR have to do is just stay quiet, because if you make a move on these rotation teams, they might decide that shack is where they're going to start to have to stop, and where they're going to have to take that pit stop to take PNCR out before they can move on, even if they feel pressured by bigger teams around them. PNCR can, of course, in that way take another team out, but they have to be selfish. They have to focus on their own in his first game, because there is an opportunity, if that zone stays with PNCR, that they can allow the rest of the teams to fight and work up a potential for some 1, 2 or more placement points.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, the Lioness is coming under fire now, though. So they've made it all the way from Hospital. They've come right around over the northern side, but it looks like Catvane's in a little bit of a pickle here. She has lost her buggy. I'm pretty sure she's lost her buggy here. Nice little spray. Oh, that was a bit of an overpeak from Celinda there. Not used to seeing that from her. And now the rest of the squad coming in with that big old push. That is just a really bold, really nice play coming in from them.
And I like how the Lionesses are approaching this fight. You're seeing their Logica be able to take the nades through onto the rooftop. Logica almost gets hit by the nade through the edge of the window. There will be the second shot, though, down. And that will be Logica away, though. You see on the elimination feed, V-Nature takes down 2 in return. So it is a trade for now. Lionesses evening it up. Kai almost steps into the nade on the staircase, peeks through the smoke with the bullets, will go down to half HP, more utility being used, and now Kwai stops using the edge of the eyes side on their screen to keep an eye on the staircase. Revive back now, Cat Veins. Galtas, though, Galacticos moving round for the flank. Logica has to defend this. Nade in, will be a little wide. Second one goes through. Well, again, fall wide as Logic. Galactico Sirens moving back furthermore. And we start to have a bit of a stalemate here, Neptura. Lionesses, they need to push up a bit more, get through that smoke cloud, but you can see it's so difficult. The moment they walk up, they get shot down and they have to go back for the revive.
Oh, they're. I think this is a bail. I think this might be a bail here. Yeah. Oh no, it's all gone wrong. Wolf, it's all gone very wrong. Gordon, she's going for the one. She gets that, but she does go out. So unfortunately, we get 2 eliminated right off the bat there. Yeah, WM as well getting taken out there. But I feel that's really sad for the Lionesses, I've got to say, because I think what killed them was that hesitation. I know how difficult it is to actually push up there, but honestly, I think they allowed the other team to get that revive going, and that's what ended up killing them, because that was a beautiful push in the beginning there. They had that distraction. Cat Veins, I thought, oh, she's just stuck behind a rock. Galacticos have this one. They're in the advantage. And then all three of them just suddenly appear at that wall. So that was a really, really good play from them. It should have worked. I think we just waited a little too long. So that's a shame, but Galacticos, the damage was done by the Lionesses anyway, and on that rotation, it is Galacticos going out there. My goodness me, we're already down to 13 teams. It's all going off now.
Fenerbahce really in a bit of a pickle, as they only have the Rock to call their name, but they do have the zone. They have a bit of control here with the road to help act as a sort of defense to block out these teams roaming in on that eastern flank. White also looking to step further forward from the north, have met now the rest of Inception. The last remaining player, I do believe here, will be taken down. Won't be a problem here for White, as they'll move themselves up to 7 elimination points and back to a quick revive, because they need to get in. That zone, 1 minute, will be moving forwards, and if you get caught by the stage 6 zone, should I say, you really do not have any option other than to run.
No, you really don't. Big GG's to PNCR here for finishing in 11th place when they should have been out in 16th. So she managed to survive and get her team 5 more placement positions, not necessarily points, but positions, so good on her. Yeah, I think White are in a really good position to do very well here, as long as they can get inside that zone, which hopefully won't be too much of an issue for them. Regnum Karya have been a really quiet team so far, only 1 elimination. And they do have H2K to get through, as well as Onyx, so we'll have to see how they end up doing that. At the moment, looks like they are going to be taking them of H2K. H2K has to move out, and I think that's going to be a spray down. If she doesn't get them, somebody else will. Yeah, Onyx is going to be... No, it is Bambi, actually, to grab that. So GG's. That's going to be 3 eliminations just like that from the one. Kasich, though, they're over here on this ridge side. They have to get in. I think they've got it the worst out of everybody here. They've got a big old ridge. They're downhill, a long way from zone, and several teams in the middle of them.
Yeah, before you is an absolutely horrible position. You can see the danger of being the team maybe too early into the middle of the action. It is going to be a widely open zone here to finish this off, so that vehicles really do play an important part in the fight. The smoke's now running out for a lot of these squads. You've got to use those vehicles as the wall, the shield, to keep you alive. Kazakhs do find 1 knockdown. It will, though, be picked up there by EG, as they will take down Ice Pack. White also falling alongside Onyx, so it's Kazakh looking like they will be taking 2 of the rest of the Onyx squad, so pushing down towards that southern end. Meanwhile, Lakers also in some difficulty.
Eagle might just have an opportunity here if they can kind of get rid of B4 here. Make sure that the other team behind them, Kasich, I think that is, yeah, B4 is gone. If they can make sure Kasich actually move in on the other side of zone, they may actually have an opportunity here. Beautiful onto Lakers. If they can just get those 2 to start fighting and then sneak in on their own, or maybe do a third party, that would be really nice. But it looks like they've kind of jumped the gun on this one. They've already got that knock onto Lakers. They don't have that element of surprise, but they still could get a feel of it.
Ooh,
this
and
girl,
there you see
purple.
it. Unfortunately, the Eagles are just too good. They will be taking another knock, but the knocks mean nothing at the end of the day if you can't get out of that dip. I mean, they need to now find a bit of a push here. They need to find something to be able to walk up into this zone. As they are outside of it, they're gonna feel the pressure now as stage 6 will engulf so many of these squads, and you will now see them make those quicker rotations in, look to try to dash with the vehicles, use them as the blockade, will be met also by the rest of Kazakh Limerins. Eagles, they've got to step out of vehicles, they've got to fight, but they've already lost 1, and you can see the pressure is now also behind you. You've got a broken Lakers looking to try attack, but they will all fall to the the edge of the blue. Eagle, they do make it in. One more phase for now.
Oh my goodness, that is a very, what a great push in. No, Melzy going down. I think that may possibly be the death knell here because both these teams either side of them will know that they are down. Might mean a push for them, but very nice little knock there. Going to hold off that team on the left side. Kasich, the only one who might do something, but I think they're a little bit too busy to really care other than getting those pot shots going. Kasich, on the other hand, will be using those nades instead, so that was a beautiful nade coming in. Eagles in a really tough spot here. If they can just survive, they'll have a really, really good game here, but it's being very, very difficult.
Yeah, $1 Million Babies realistically have the opportunity here to walk up to control this zone if they can try to fend off Eagle. Eagle won't be able to do the damage though on to Kazakh Limerence. They will walk forward. They do find, so say, Letty still up. The only player here for finds another elimination point, brings him up to 4, but so low after the nade. I don't think they can do it, and it will be their $1 Million Babies to take down one for themselves. Kazakh Limerence up to 6 eliminations, but you can see they've got the zone still to push in. 20 seconds, and here come the $1 Million Babies looking for their $1 Million chicken dinner win in the first game, but Fenerbahce are only going to sandwich them together. There they go, and down to the final 2. It's 10 eliminations. Double-digit game for the Babies here in Erangel. But Fenerbahce are looking to show us why they are such a staple name here in PUBG Mobile. Looking to show us that they can hold their own from the gate.
This is really, really nice from them. I think the $1 Million Babies, they've had a great entry point here. They have that actual high ground. They've moved up along the ridge into zone, so they've had a really good spot to be able to do this. Great knocks to back up that high ground as well. There's another one onto the LM there. Fenerbahce's had a great game at the moment, so either way, this second place or first is just, it's going to be fine. It's going to be good to go. But I think $1 Million Babies are really, really looking for it. Beautiful aggression coming in, just pinning them down. Here comes the Karma no one loves so well. Right over, getting that rundown. And it is going to be the $1 Million Babies getting the first winner chicken dinner of this evening. A great turnout for them.
That's how you do. When you got the money, you had the car to spend, and you just run over for the victory with the vehicles. They grab their first chicken dinner here of the tournament and out of the first game here in Group B. They looked a bit subdued. They looked a bit quiet throughout that first half of the game, but boy, did they come alive, Neptura, at the end of those final stages.
Yeah, beautifully done. I mean, I think that's pretty much textbook ending for them there. You know, that kind of aggression. They put Fenerbahce into a corner. They backed them up. They got those knocks. They made them kind of scurrying around trying to get on that defensive side, gave them no opportunity to be aggressive whatsoever, and then provided that cover some more while they got that car in there to do the run over and just cause all kinds of chaos. That was a very, very, very well done game there from them. Very nicely done. And 23 points to show for it. Not bad.
Yeah, a strong start here coming through from the $1 Million Babies, and I think it was a team that we sort of had a bit of a question mark. They were new players. They had Kitty, yes, on their roster, but Kitty was a part of a squad that finished 19th. I'm really happy, actually, with seeing how they played, and as you said, not only the victory, but the way that they moved into those final stages, right? And the way that they were able to keep control of that zone, because it was a tough zone. And you saw even the likes of Kazakh with those strong players that we know from previous seasons, and also Fenerbahce, a team organization that we know is part of a staple of PUBG Mobile by now, still come to the end, and they still were able to take these squads down.
Yeah, beautifully done on both sides. I think Fenerbahce had a great game as well. I mean, 8 eliminations in a second place, not bad either. Yeah, I think it really comes down to just kind of what they had going, that high ground that they were able to keep a hold of. I think a lot of teams would have loved that, but that zone was so difficult, that final circle, super duper difficult for them. and for any team, because it was so open, because you had teams on both sides very close to you, you had to have super awareness, super reactions, and they did super duper well with that. So very well done there. But I think all five of those teams did a really really good job of getting in there and kind of struggling to get that spot as best they could. Even if they didn't succeed, they did a very good job at it.
Yeah, I really think that it came down to the organization, the team play. I actually really liked as well the Eagles rotation in. They were able to fend off a few of those teams that you thought would maybe have a better position moving in right to the end game. They did take it to actually Kazakh Limerence, who were then damaged enough to fall down to third. I think definitely Eagles did play a part there in the $1 Million Babies getting that win. But it was them, Idiot, who were able to take down Fenerbahce and take the final chicken dinner for themselves. As we move on to the match standings here at Neptura, I am curious to see how the points look after that first game, and it will be, yes, a slight lead, but no surprise to see, actually, I think a lot of these teams taking those fights and keeping the scoreboard even, similar to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're definitely seeing a little more of the teams actually getting more eliminations per team. So the top four have loads, Eagles as well, and then it kind of dwindles quite. The first game yesterday, a lot of teams with 0, but those kills are more spread out amongst the teams. So interesting to see that little difference there. But honestly, White coming in with the 3 eliminations right off the get-go, pretty much. They had 1, then 2, 3, and then they climbed up their way to 10 total eliminations there. I think it was a really good game from White. It was a good game from all these teams. Honestly, I think everybody except for a couple of the, kind of onto the left side, the right side rather. I think a lot of these teams had some excellent results here today.
Yeah, and I think as we take a look now at the player focus, no surprise, I think, to see the $1 Million Babies up there, but actually Razva, 7 eliminations so far already, just in this one match alone. You look back towards yesterday, right, Nacho, we cast our minds back to the top kills or eliminations, I say, by the end of 5 matches. It was sitting around 12, 13 or so. That's already half of the eliminations out of 5 matches on the previous group in just one game done here by Razva.
Yeah. That's an insane result. And I do remember Razva from the previous seasons, and she kind of did the same sort of thing. So this is just another day at the office for her, and I'm super excited to see, does she continue this through the next 4 games? I mean, it's entirely possible that, this could be the heavy hitter game, and then they're going to just play it chill for the next few games. But I'd like to see her continue, at least to make those numbers climb just a little bit more. It'd be fun to see.
Yeah, as we check out the eliminations and the damage as well, a very even split. It was what we were kind of expecting on the terms of the damage chart. Much higher damage than you might be used to in other tournaments, but still, it was those top teams topping the damage charts. Kazakh Limerence overall with the 16-12. It's going to be a waste. I don't think, I'm hesitant to see that we'll get a game with the highs of 2,800 damage like we had yesterday, but it's still very normal for the ladies here to go around the 1,500 mark.
It very much is. So, nice consistent day game for them. I do see some stealing from $1 Million Babies, though. That elimination count is higher than their damage count. So, that's kind of sus. Take your own kills, but you know what? No. Take everybody else's kills as well. It's fun to steal.
Like, we'll have to take ourselves to a short break, but afterwards we'll be back with Miramar. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone, here to the PMEWL mid-season showdown. Myself, Haaland Wolf, and Neptura to the left of me. We just came off of $1 Million Baby's hot Erangel win for the first game of Group B. Now we're going to the even hotter map of Miramar. Neptura, what can we expect coming from what we've seen yesterday?
Yep. Hello. I've been muted this entire time. Apparently, it's just game two because this happened yesterday. Game two didn't help. It wasn't good. Anyway, hi everybody. I've been talking this whole time. It's been fun. I'm just saying, sniping. I'm looking for on Miramar, but also I think it's going to be a little bit more of a passive game coming in here. But you know what, Wolf? I've been talking enough. Whether or not chat could hear me is entirely a different matter. You go ahead. What are your thoughts on Miramar? I think we've got.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
So, yeah, I had to. I blame you for this one because I had to mute to ask you. So now we've done it both. Like you've taken me down. That's true. You've done it to us both.
You're welcome.
But now that we got the formalities out the way, I was gonna say that I think, in my professional opinion, I would love to say that it's a cool map. It's a cool map. But also, professionally, I think it's about the rotations. The rotations, like I said yesterday, cannot emphasize enough how important it is for these teams to make sure they are rotating on time, they have the informed decisions of where they need to go based on the zone. We talked about it already on a Wrangle, but it's even more important. It's more amplified on Miramar. Yes, because of the size, it's going to be bigger, but also because there's a lot more terrain differential in Miramar.
Absolutely, and I think we touched on this a little bit yesterday as well, in just that those rotations are also going to be a lot slower just because of the terrain and how bumpy it is. But it's starting, speaking of bumpy, it's a bumpy start for White. The team from the game one that had such a good start, going down fairly early here. White just down to 2 already, and it's actually at the hands of PNCR, who we all know didn't have a good game at all last game. So it's kind of switched the way around here.
Yeah, PNCR, I think, was an unfortunate first game. It happens where they kind of all fell apart in the early stages. They were left to a solo player. Then they sort of just disappeared out of the game at some point in the first match. But you can see that White, they tried to take from Hieronymus Generalis, but actually you can see the split around PNCR. It's just a little bit better here because White are on this 2-2 split. They didn't have the answer or the enough angles to cover to answer back onto PNCR to their push. So they do take down one for now. Mia is in a bit of a precarious position. I do expect if White don't come to defend this, they will lose the secondary member. Could just be the case. I worry if White do try to come in to save them, they might not be able to, and they might lose more members.
Yeah, I think that's a very difficult situation to be in because it's really die if you do and die if you don't. They can't come in to find Mia. They're not going to be able to. They're only 2. Mia's in the middle of them. She's just got to wait this out, and hopefully that PNCR will push and she can deal with them. They can both deal with them. But no, she's a solo either way here for the most part. So it's a very difficult situation for them to be in. PNCR, though, they do know that if they over push this, if they get overconfident with it, they could very easily lose here. You've got Mia at the front, but you also have the other one in the back who I think probably has a fairly clear sightline on to at least some of these players here. So yeah, throwables are going to be their best bet.
Yeah, I definitely think that PNCR do not want to get sucked into Mia. They do have the automatic here. Could put out some good damage if they do decide to come closer forward. And you've seen it before, plays where you come in and then the Uzi comes out and then multiple members do fall away. Crazy, moving around one side. I would like them to come around one side each. Be able to pinch it down as they look to find Mia, and there they go. They will be able to find it. They do come from multiple angles. Mia will fall. It is clean enough. And there comes their third elimination of the second match here. And I did think White had a 2-2 split, but actually you can see it's only now Shera. So White are in the same situation that PNCR were in the first game, and really is not going to be great for them with the size of Miramar. We said how more open it is and how much more you need to rely on the team to be able to split and cover enough of an area on those rotations in.
Yeah, you really do. It's interesting that PNCR have been able to kind of replicate what White did in game one, even to the point of leaving White to a solo, which is very interesting here. Three eliminations right off the bat, and plenty of time, plenty of space to heal back up and get up to full health, ready for the next zone that's about to come in. We are going to be seeing zone move in a little bit here, but it's a fairly decent zone. It's pretty much centered up nicely. Everybody's going to have a fair shot of getting in. We did see a few teams up to the north side outside of zone, so they're going to have to move in, and that might get a little spicy, but certainly not for the Lakers down here. They're down in Los Leones. They are chilling big time. You got Futaba here just looting on up a little bit for the Lakers monarchy. There we go. So I think for the majority of these teams, unless we start seeing clashes for locations that are generally more popular, I don't think we're going to see a lot of aggression coming in just yet.
Yeah, and I think this was something that we talked about. I believe it was Rook who were the ones in Los Leones yesterday, where you could look now in day two in later phases of these teams come into Los Leones to potentially punish some of the rotations coming out of these teams in these certain compounds. Los Leones is one of those locations where they are going to be very deep into the pit of the city, and the mountains around them a great opportunity, I think, for teams if they are confident enough to take it to them to maybe not only contest in around Los Leones, but maybe also make those earlier rotations in to catch those teams out on those initial first phase rotations.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting rotation coming in here. This is one of the teams from the north side, and looking very good. Yeah, I gotta have that.
I
Come
know,
on,
right?
girls.
We were
There's an
having a
extra.
bus moment.
We were. I saw it. It was great.
Look, I'm waiting for the montage reel. Someone please make it at the end of this season.
Please.
Just
Yes.
add it
Yeah.
in. If no one else does it, I swear I'm gonna have to like go back through
Mhm.
these streams and just pick out specifically only the car falls. Everything else
Yes.
doesn't matter by the end of the tournament. That's
Mhm.
decided. That is set in stone in the
Mhm.
past. But the car montage, that's where it's at, Nepture.
Oh, absolutely.
That's where the memes come from.
It's so true, you know? It doesn't matter how pro you are going to flip your vehicle. You are going to get it stuck on a ridge. It's just going to happen. So we might as well make a montage out of it while we still can, but that opportunity is not here for White, unfortunately, for this game. They do go out in 16th place. It looks like Galactico Sirens getting shot at just a little bit. Not sure who by. I don't think it's by Yakut here, because Celinda doesn't know that they're there. Now she does with that late rotation there, and she's going to be pushing all the way back. But woman moment, oh no, knocked over there by, I think that was Kasich, if I'm not mistaken. But, oh no, you could rather. But not looking all that fantastic as Galactico's got a hole up in this little compound area here. This is their best spot that they have so far until they can get some more. And mute E. Yeah. Yep. All right, we are back, everybody. Sorry about that. We had a quick little upset, but it's all good. We're all back and ready to go. PNCR, having made their rotation in here, just a bit still in those 3 eliminations, but it's a good start. We don't need to do that. We don't need to get higher just yet. Still stage 2. We weren't gone all that long stream. We're good to go. At the moment, though, it's going to be on with Yakut, 3 eliminations as well. So we may have missed 1 or 2 tiny little details here with a couple more eliminations for Yakut there, but that's fine. All good to go there. So Galacticos, rather, still in their own spot. Yakut is everywhere, here, there, and everywhere. And Wolf sounds like he's back in.
Oh yeah, I'm winning. I was gonna say, like, we're just skipping the action, you know. We're getting to the action now, like at the later points. We just get rid of all that boringness of phase 1 rotations. Who needs to talk about that boring Highland Wolf? No one needs to know about rotations. It's all about the team fights at the later stages. And an interesting zone here in the 3rd shift. It has gone a bit towards that Chumusera hillside, and I really want to see those teams look to pressure the high ground, because there is a immediate strength on that more westerly end of the zone compared to the east. You do not want to be stuck exiting outside of Los Leones, because that side on the east of that zone, it's all open space coming outside of that city.
Oh, it is. It absolutely is. One of my very favorite places on Miramar, but it's such a great spot. It's really fun. Not necessarily fun at this level of play, you know, it's fun in your odd casual game or what have you, but here, maybe not so much, I do feel for PNCR and H2K, though, they're both outside the zone, and this zone is going to be absolute heck to try and get into, so they're going to have to try very, very hard to get in here. We did lose a women moment as well, unfortunately. We do have KR Lionesses here, though, full squad with 2 eliminations already, so that's a good start from them as well. Lakers down to 2, though, so most of these teams do have a full squad, with the exception of Lakers and Regnum Karya. So looking pretty good there for these the rest of these squads, but you want to see a little bit more passiveness from Lakers in some ways, but you don't want them to just go full solo mode, full just sit in a shack mode. That's not going to be good for anyone. Eagles, though, Letty having a little bit of a fall, a little bit of a tumble at the hands of Regnum Karya coming in here, so that's 1 point on the board for them. And yeah, Eagles going to have to lose one fairly early here.
Is that not how you play the game? That's how I play every single one of my PUBG mobile games. You just sit in the shack and you just
Solo
wait.
style.
Yeah, that's my style. Who needs a team anyways? Yeah, but it's because I don't have UNEP sure on my team. That's why. If I had you on my team, then I would have the confidence to run out and die immediately, and then panic and leave it all to you to carry me. This is how you get to the highest elos, right?
That sounds right up my street.
You have me inflate my elo, like, so I look skilled. I look good, but I'm not actually. Like
yeah. That's really what PUBG is all about. Looking really good at playing the game without actually being all that. I mean, it's looking really good.
Yeah, I'll bring the fashionable, like, new backpack, new car. You bring the actual skill into the game.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Oh,
Regnum car is here on the top of the hill, looking towards that Chumusera point, and I like the split as well coming through from Regnum. I like that they are trying to keep an eye on the northern entrances on the west side, and of course teams coming in from the south as well. I think that they could maybe put one of those players up a little bit higher towards the top of that hill, just as the ultimate lookout point, because maybe they don't know that there is someone there or not just now, but it would be ideal to make sure that if you are looking to cover that northern side the way that they were looking, you do have the most opportunity to be able to punish teams coming over the top of that ridge.
I just have to say, beautiful zone shift for $1 Million Babies here, I have to say, because look at the way that they're split up here. They've got a nice little group split going on, but look at the angles that Razdva has here. It's a complete 180 from up here on top of this church. One of my very favorite places on the map. But just a great spot. And that zone's super close, so they just have to do the damage, delay a little bit, get as many eliminations, as many knocks as they can, and then move in quickly themselves. So it's a great spot for them.
Reg going to be moving in down towards the bottom of the hill. I'm not really sure if I would agree with this from Regnum Carrier. It looks like a bit of, yeah, they lost control up towards the northern side. So they look to have given up the space for an opposing team. Maybe a bit of a mistake here, because now with the zone so small, you're moving in to even more teams up towards the center point. It was always going to be difficult with this zone shift, though. Does cut off a lot of the space with that road. It makes it a lot more difficult for these teams to get across that more open roadside and onto the zone once more. Really looking towards if you can see a bit of control here from the rest of Eagles to stop Regnum, and also you could here up on the far end to stop them coming into this zone.
Yeah, I mean, I would say you could have one of the better places in zone here. The only problem is that, of course, $1 Million Babies are right behind them and could, in the end, have a great angle against them. So you could have to be very careful here. They've got 3 teams to look at, so lots of elimination potential here, but they have to be careful of that backside, as well as, you know, kind of looking towards the new zone where that's going to end up going. But PNCR just getting absolutely obliterated by KR Lionesses over here. Not sure what's happening, and they are eliminated with a nade. Beautiful stuff from Inception as well here. A nade with a third party, perhaps. Can't quite see what's going on there, but that's a big shame. PNCR had a great start, but couldn't quite make it through. Of course, they were the ones that were coming at a disadvantage with having to come into zone. They weren't already in zone, so it could be one of those sorts of issues there. But we did see Onyx just making a full send into zone that way from the south side. So I have to see how that goes for them. But Fenerbahce, and before you, having a little bit of an altercation there.
Yeah, here Inception really feeling the next shift as it has gone further away from them. And Kasich too going to have to now come outside from, as we said, the more eastern end of Los Leones, and looking to try find a position out of a more open space that the east does have in store for these squads. The more western side, though, also you have to keep in mind that it did go away from the church, so you do have a lot of control now for the rest of Yaku and the rest of their team on controlling with that 2-2 split. Realistically, the only ones with the control in this zone on the high ground for now, and it's this battle on the eastern side where the rest of these teams really are fighting it out for.
Yeah, you make a great point there. The control has switched completely into Yakut's hands there on that western side. On the eastern side, Kasich having a really tough time to try and get in here. The great little spot by Inception here. Ooh! Maya nearly getting knocked there, but great awareness, kind of knowing where they are. Beautiful coming in there. But that is not from her. I think that's from one of her teammates there. This could be a great push, and with the Lionesses on that right side, this could be the end of Inception here.
Yeah, Inception looking like the nades just keep on putting him into the dirt. That will be 3 already got in Kasich Limerence. They cannot miss for now. That will be the first one that they will go wide with. Is Amaya stepping in for the final assassination over the hill. They see them looking now on towards the left flank. They're coming in all together. You want to make this push coordinated, but that is buying time as they set up for the play for Inception to move up, only though into the potential hands of Galacticos Sirens, as they are also on the edge of that eastern side of the zone. They are the ones really with that proper control against all of these teams. Yes, it was the side of Classic Limerence finding some eliminations, but there are the bigger fish here of those inside the zone. You can see Eagles making their push as well, trying to slowly find a way into this compound. They need to be quick, though, in how they settle down. The blue zone only now another minute away, and it has shifted all the way to that eastern side. All of those teams on the west are going to have to make that move now, and it really does look diabolical for so many of them.
Oh yeah, $1 Million Babies completely messed up by this. Very nice there from FQ. Very nicely played indeed. But already top 7 teams. I mean, that's it. FQ actually coming in clutch there for her team. She's going to be able to get those revives done and dusted. Beautiful rotation from Kasich here to move on the other side of Galacticos up to that south side of the zone there. Very nicely done. But you can see just Onyx and Yakut just barreling down that hill as fast as they can. That's not going to be fun for this duo here. Amaya and Leora, two very experienced, well played players. Honestly, they've got some good skill between the both of them, so I think they're going to be okay for now. But Onyx not having a good time, and I don't blame them. Look at this angle.
Yeah, this is an absolutely horrible angle here for Onyx to have to fight in. They had the protection before, but with that zone shift, with that move in, Yakut is completely sandwiching them between Kasich, Limerence, and Kasich. Meanwhile, trying to get the shots, maybe bite off more than he could chew. If Yakut can stall out the play for long enough, they are just trying to hold Yakut on this blue. As the stage does now shift in closer, Yakut now forced in, regardless of whether they wish to or not. They cannot be caught inside this blue, but it's only now into the hands of these other players. Onyx only now to try to get back up, barely avoiding the shots of Kasich, but into the rest of the teams. Kasich will take down Sude, and that will be the second to fall. Kasich Limerence taking another 2 to them, and Amaya 7 eliminations in this game.
Oh, but the zone just hates everyone concerned. They can't decide which side of the zone it's actually going to go onto. The Eagles getting completely obliterated now. Kasich doing some amazing work here, but the zone has gone completely against them. It is in the favor of Galacticos, is in the favor of Fenerbahce as well as, and Kasich have to cross open ground now, so their days could be very well numbered here.
I love this quick move that Galacticos made, moving 2-2 to keep an eye with the angle that they have, the strong point and the high ground they have with the building outside the zone. They keep 2 of their players inside the zone to make sure they're not completely pressured out later on. Fenerbahce, you can see with that higher angle that they're still keeping with those 2 behind players, taking out 1 knock so far. Now come the front line to step up, looking to take away Sealer. Scissor also will have to move away, but it's not quick enough. There's a molly, the nade comes through. There will be 1 to fall, and the second, yes, did get revived back up behind, but the smokes come back down, and this is crucial because Fenerbahce using these smokes for the meantime on themselves is not where they want them to be. They want those smokes to be further forward. They want to have that aggressive play, but it's Eagles as well who will fall back down to the bottom. Kasich even coming in here as Galacticos. They need to turn their attention. It's a third party trying to invade onto the action. The pressure that they were putting down onto Fenerbahce, but they are able to step back, look back towards Kasich and Limerence as Fenerbahce offered up some respite for now.
GG's. I mean, I thought Kasich was going to do it there because Galacticos had got 1 knock and then the other was knocked by the zone. So immediately Galacticos were a duo. I thought they were going to have that, but no, it's going to be Fenerbahce versus Galacticos here.
And Fenerbahce, they've been able to find a split. They've been able to get back up. It might have been enough from Classic Limerence, because you can see here, they're down to only one player. Galacticos, they had the control, but Fenerbahce, they weren't taken down quick enough. They will claim the chicken dinner this time in Miramar in a strong finish here, in a strong position on the leaderboard. Now, Chura, that's the second into a first winner chicken dinner for this roster.
That was really, really well done. I think we didn't see too much of them. They were down on that lower end of the hillside there for the longest time, but they've managed to kind of claw their way up that angle, up that hillside, just kind of third party everybody to death. I think that is really the key there. They really went on a third party strategy rather than a full push from what I saw. So they were able to just kind of quietly move up the ranks, surprise team after team, and eventually surprise everybody into the win.
Yeah, and to be fair to Fenerbahce, they look like one of the stronger teams here in this group. They definitely look like a contender to top the group if they can keep this momentum going. I won't say that they will, because we did see a back-to-back coming through from Wildcats yesterday, and then they did fall off a little bit towards the final couple of games. But it is nevertheless still Fenerbahce here with a big performance with their chicken dinner Miramar. 18 total points, another 8 eliminations coming through from them. And I'm curious now to see if they can do just as aggressive and just as good work in Sanhok.
Ooh, I mean, that's a big ask. I think we did see the Wildcats do that with the Miramar to Sandhawk, but they're just such different maps, aren't they? It's very, very difficult to kind of switch with any sort of consistency between the very different strategies that you really need to use between the two games. So I think we'll have to see. 18 points, though, nothing to be sniffed at for sure. Even if they have just a decent game on Sandhawk, they're going to be well in that top 2 position, I would have thought. So a very, very good game from them. I gotta hand it to Kasich though. Really, really good work coming in from them. I really liked how they played that, and I think they did get helped by the Lionesses there when fighting against Inception towards the end of that, or the beginning of the zone rather, and when they're getting gate kept. But I do think that Kasich actually played that really, really well. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they do in Sandhawk. They seem to me a bit more of a snappier, smaller team that might actually do super well on a smaller map like Sandhawk.
Yeah, I definitely think the potential is there. And you know what I want to see in the potential? And I always look back towards the meme of where you had Arango, Yasnar Pollyanna, the player picks him up, rescues him, and then puts him out for the sniper to take him down. And then emotes him to like take it. You remember the one I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I want to see rescues used more, or at least on camera more, because I think it's such a cool opportunity for teams, for players to move around the fight and reposition. And as we do go to the match rankings, you can see the teams here, Fenerbahce, Galacticus, and also Classic Limerence, the teams. Still a very even split. But to go back to the rescues, do you think that rescues are something that teams are picking up more and more now as time has gone on and teams have gotten used to that strategy?
I see it a lot in certainly the PMPLs and more so in the fall split than the spring splits. I think we're starting to see them a lot more. But I think they really still are used when only absolutely necessary, just because they take so much time, right? That animation, a lot of the time when you see these play for the end game. So when you end up getting knocked, you end up actually getting knocked in high pressure, high priority sort of situations where you just need to go. So I think it's something that players are starting to use a lot more. We haven't seen too much of it in this league, but I'm wondering how that will change perhaps as we get closer to the finals.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get to see a bit more of that. As you said, it has been picked up more and more in the recent months and the recent full season. And my vote on our player focus will be the one with another 7 eliminations for themselves. And they're also, to be fair, Classic Limerence getting, or sorry, should I say Yakut, they're also getting the final two spots there at the bottom, 4 eliminations each. The damage though from Fenerbahce, you can see Alina, and I was curious to see the damage charts. Is it something where, like Galatasaray, we see high damage counts from each of those players, or is it something that Alina is doing now time and time again in terms of Fenerbahce's eliminations?
Well, I think certainly from that game, if I'm remembering kind of going back to where they were, how they were playing, I think that's probably fairly even, give or take a few hundred damage points. But we are seeing there Fenerbahce actually a lot more damage than eliminations. We're seeing that for quite a few, except Kasich
Yeah.
again. They keep stealing kills, Wolf.
Look, I mean, Kasich, when they get the elimination points, it doesn't matter how much damage you do, because at the end of the day, it's the elimination points that matter, Neptura. And if you can steal your way into the next phase, by all means, that might be the difference maker in the finals that gets you that extra money in the end of the tournament. Looking at Fenerbahce and Galatasaray, though, no surprise, I think, to see them again at the top with those high damage numbers. You saw the control they had in that zone and the amount of free reign that they had in a lot of the teams. I mean, Fenerbahce, especially coming, as you said, alive at the final points of that game, just really were able to gatekeep a lot of those players. We check out, though, the overall standings here, as we have now concluded to our first 5 matches. Fenerbahce, no surprise, at the top with 32 points, but it is a little bit tighter towards the end of that left side of the leaderboard.
It is indeed. I love that Kev moved in to the second spot without any wins whatsoever. That's a great result from them. Galacticos and as well coming in there. White and Yakut both tied at the moment. But as I look more towards the right side, Wolf, I'm seeing a couple of teams down there that have really had a really hard time at the moment. I mean, Hard to Kill and Woman Moment, only 1 point for 2 games. So it's a really tough spot. I just really hope that 2 things. One, that the Sandhawk is a lot better to them. We know that it's a good map for teams who are struggling a little bit, and number 2, that this doesn't affect their mentality too much for at least tonight, and that they can come next few games and get some extra points.
Yeah, you can see, right, Fenerbahce, 2 games, they're already at 32, and realistically, by the time you get to 32 points, maybe about the 45, 50 mark for sure, you are qualified in the top 16. As we check out our top MVP, though, of the second match at the end of it, should I say, as Kasich Limerence, they will be in 10 elimination points so far, with Amaya at the top of the standings so far. And I'm getting the sense that these ladies in this group are a little bit more aggressive, should I say, in who is at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think that game in general is far more aggressive than the first one. I think it really did call for getting rid of teams as quickly and as efficiently as possible. So you are seeing those higher numbers there. Razdva getting pushed all the way down to 4 with her 7 eliminations. And Amaya just coming in clutch there with 10. Elif's with 8, but I'm pretty used to seeing Elif's up here, to be honest. Cat Veins as well. 5 eliminations. She's in here as well. So these are some well-known names, and for good reason, because look at those eliminations after only 2 games, right? At this level, I think a lot of people underestimate how hard it is to get eliminations in this level. So it's a great result.
Yeah, and I think for these teams to see that they can be so aggressive, I'm excited now to see what we can do on Sandhawk, a map all about aggression and team fighting. Anything can change, so we'll see you there in the jungle. Welcome back, everyone, here to what will be Game 3 and Sanhok time for our Group B contenders. My name is Highland Wolf, and I'm joined here with Neptura for the PMEWL mid-season showdown. Neptura, we've seen 2 games now where Fenerbahce have had strong performances. They just come off the chicken dinner. Can they secure another top 2 or even a win here in this Sanhok match?
They absolutely could. I mean, we saw the Wildcats do it yesterday. I don't know, because in a little bit, I'm somehow kind of getting a little bit of vibes. I did mention that it was KS. Yeah, Kasich. That Kasich feels like a little bit of a nippier, smaller team that might be able to maneuver a little bit better around Sanhok. Fenerbahce seemed to me to be a big team, right? Big, spread out, just lots of room to really work with. They seem like a big team to me. So can they adapt to Sanhok, or is this all in my head? We'll have to see. But that's kind of the vibes that I'm getting at the minute.
Well, unfortunately for some of them, Inception at least going to come through with the elimination point. It is going to go unfortunate for a few here to start off. I think that always really happens here in Sanhok. It's realistically the kind of map that you would expect seems to start hard drop. We can see even the Lakers also having some trouble here coming into the third match. Is that zone? It is also going to be up towards that eastern side. Unfortunately, Lakers not going to get any respite from Fenerbahce for now in the early game, as it will be another going to down, and only a Kulka left. They're going to have to move a wider rotation around, because you can see the movement. They've actually had to come away from the zone to get back to safety. So an awkward start here for the Lakers Monarchy.
Yeah, another team where it's just not going in their favor today. We see them time and time again, down to a duo, down to a solo very early on. Women Moment, I feel for them. They're down to 2 at the moment. Yep, that's going to be that finished on up. Rin's going to be finished away, and that's going to be, I think, in Inception. There we go. I keep wanting to say every single word except for Inception. So I think they're off to a pretty good start. We got a couple of teams here that are off to a pretty good start, but Women Moment, I feel bad for them. They needed this Sanhok to do really well with. Maybe they can still do it as a duo, but the way that Inception is actually moving towards Piper here, it's kind of a little bit extra down.
Yeah, I'm not sure really why Piper's moving forward. They get 1 at least, but here also White are in the background. They're hearing, they get 2. Can they get 3? I do believe they can. It just is a cleanup here from Women Moment. You wanted to see them do something. There come the eliminations in the Potki. They will also be in so much of a help there. I expected maybe the Potki, they needed a bit more time, and I was curious as to why Piper was going so much on a charge, but clearly they had the angle there, and you can see how quickly with Piper's taking over that fight, completely outplaying Inception down to 1 player as well. Fenerbahce, as we say, did take out the side of Lakers, that's the name that I'm looking for. Lakers Monarchy, and are up to 3 eliminations, and crucially control Painan here. I think it's going to be a really important compound space in Sanhok here moving into this zone. Teams are going to want to use this Painan compound and the bridges up, especially to the north of it, to make that rotation into the phase 2 mark when it starts to close in.
Yeah, they are going to know. Women Moment, my girls, what happened? Unfortunately, Zeros having the last laugh there. Looks like Piper was flushed out by Hard to Kill. They came swooping in after that initial fight there in Inception. Zeros just able to clean up and get some revenge for her teammates. But H2K now know where she is, so she's in a little bit of a pickle in turn now. But that is unfortunate for Women Moment. But you know what? There is finding here. They have 3 points, so that makes a total of 4. So it's definitely an improvement on the first 2 games.
I'm not good at math, but that's more than the first 2 games, and that's more than 1. That's triple. Yeah. That's triple the points compared to 1. So Women Moment, that is a 300% improvement on the last 2 games already in this game. Look, see, that's how you look at it. You have to look at it from a 300% increase. That's how you instill the confidence, positivity, Neptune.
Exactly. Look at the bright side of things. That really was a great takedown of Inception there. So big GGs to them. Just unfortunately that third party, and then Zeros with her pesky little rock over here, just ending up being too much for him. But looking good. Zeros trying to find a way out here, I think, and she did think there was going to be somebody on top of that hill. I think that is going to come true in a second. You do see somebody from H2K moving on up there as well as. But so far, only 2 solos still in the lobby, so not as quick of a Sandhawk as potentially might be done, but she was ready for that. Zeros getting rid of Lexa up there, and there's not much they can do. And as you look there, you can just see the name tag of Galacticos looming down below on the other side of the hill. So this could be turning south very quickly for H2K.
Yeah, Lexa going down there, a crucial part. H2K also going to try to nade over, bring out Zeros as well away from the rock, then allow Malders to shoot Zeros down while they have to escape the nade. There comes the second on the support. I do really want Zeros to try and make some sort of a move here, though. The longer they stay now, they've got the vehicle. There's going to be 2 players looking up on that hillside. It's going to get a lot more trickier for Zeros to survive, and they really should have, I think, used that moment to escape while they could when they did take down Lexa.
Yeah, but it's hard to... Oh, she's gotten burnt, I think. I mean, at this point, I'd kind of just molly myself, honestly. They're pushing in very, very quickly here. She's going to try and get one. Almost does it, but just too much to handle. Very nice push in there by H2K. They really took advantage. Very well played by them. And they did that just in time because Galacticos are looming in the distance there. They're going to have to get a move on or set up some sort of defense if they want to win.
Yeah, this Corey side definitely going to be a hot part of teams looking to contest that more eastern side hill. You really think it would be a great spot for these teams to be able to catch out those moving around the quarry area where there are vulnerabilities in the terrain on those rotations up towards the far eastern point of the map, and especially looking to control that area early in case it does continue to shift more northeasterly in the later phases. I like that, and I hope that Hard to Kill will stay there and try to keep control of that location, because it will be a crucial point if it does shift up there later. Yakut as well, eyeing up a little bit of a wider rotation here on the rest of Galacticos, is they will just be taking a 3-1 split on the roadside. Bit of a lull here in the action as teams, I think, make their initial rotations. I'm curious to see actually if we get any rotations in Sandhawk, because we've not seen it, I think, so far in the first Sandhawk match yesterday. But with this type of rotation, we might see a few more rotations coming around towards the northern stretches, around towards that eastern step, and avoid those teams in the choke points.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. Boatations are always really fun, especially depending on the boat skins that they have. So yeah, I'm all for a boatation. You just gotta be careful when you use them, because you are kind of sitting ducks or sitting penguins, depending on your boat skin. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to see if anybody does go for that. It would definitely be a better rotation than, say, going through Quarry, especially the way H2K have it held down at the moment. But before any boatations, we got to get through Paradise, and before you seem to have pretty much full control of this at this point in time. Eagles Letty looks like she's the only one up there. There's another one outside of the compound completely. So It does look like before you do have the upper hand here. Letty almost down, very, very low. Down she goes. Yeah, that was only going to be a matter of time with the way that before you are actually playing this. And now it looks like it is just Mary up here on these roofs playing a running away game, and a big one at that. She's got to survive for her team. They cannot go out here. They've had a pretty good, consistent day so far, so it'd be a real shame to lose out on Sandhawk.
Yeah, Eagles, they only have one player left. They may get away, but you do see the rest before you chasing him down quick enough. Also, White in a bit of bother here. It's hard to kill. Half moved away now towards Barn, and White have been caught out. They've already lost one. Now comes hard to kill in the rotation. Looking to crash with all 4 members, and it just isn't enough time to be able to stop the push. There is one behind, but looking for the pincer on 2 different directions. I didn't see it, but maybe this is the opportunity, White, to come in. But now Bera, they've given their position away. Razi is there, they're ready. The 2 players looking to try catch out White. You still got a cover on the opposite end. Eagle will go down, so will White potentially. No, it will not. It's Razi will be the one to fall. Malefice will take down the rest. Look potentially to take also down Roswara. Here is Fenerbahce. Have heard the gun sounds and the action and are coming forward for a potential third party. White Bearer only has to survive as Fenerbahce could come in, cause much more of an issue and allow Bearer to escape. Bearer, though, stepping forward through the smoke. They know that this is happening. Wants to stop the revive coming through. Still, though, 2 up for hard to kill. They will lose another, though. Lexa goes through the smoke alone, dies, and now it's all up to Malefice. Can Malefice grab the elimination point? They find him, and it will be Vera. A bit of a peekaboo through the smoke, but Malefice gets it at the end of the day. Only now to fall there, as you saw Fenerbahce. Big snipe through the smoke, catches them down, and out they will also go.
Oh, that was really well played by White. A little bit of an oversight on the part of H2K. They did not see that back angle, and White used it really effectively. The only mistake was just going forward a little bit too. I think she expected that duo to be reviving right there, and so she kind of gave herself away there. But otherwise, really well played. H2K should have had that in the bag, and they just didn't. So well done, Fenerbahce, to that up. Nice few points on their side, and now the thing is, they have Bon all to themselves at this point, so Fenerbahce can have that area to kind of just spread out and get big and get controlling.
Yeah, up towards more of this eastern end. Yakut have lost one of their players on a little bit of a long scope here versus the $1 Million Babies, as each of them may have just taken each other out, but you can see it's an extra one here is FQ will also be out on a revive mission with Kitty. Is Yakut from one side, but it's realistically the other end here, and I'm looking to see if that other team will push towards $1 Million Babies.
Quite possible. At the moment, though, doesn't look like they might be just still scoping it out. Yakut were able to get both revives up and running, so that is a good news on their part. PNRC, again, I know there's only so many hills, but I really don't like these low ground positions. I'm starting to be quite the anti-fan of these kinds of areas. You know, there's a hill right there. Just use that. Just use that. You don't need a compound when you have high ground. IMO. So that's just a me thing. Lakers out there doing that med strat pretty early on, but you know what? They're really wanting those points. So more power to them. But yeah, look at that center zone there. Fenerbahce got all of it to themselves. Now this is the time. They need to spread out like a 2-2 split across that high ground there. Try and gatekeep that northwest side.
Yeah, Vaughn going to be a bit too hard to control all of it, but they can definitely keep control of that northern side, as you said, with that 2-2 split. I think realistically, those southern teams should be looking towards Barn as well. That is going to be one of the strongest points in this zone. But just also to the northeast side of Barn, there is a little bit of a compound there. There are some more hills, and those will also be alongside Barn the highest points of this third stage zone. So I am also looking towards maybe a wider rotation of these teams, potentially looking for those more quieter, higher locations that are left on the map, but there are few.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Fenerbahce have a lot on their plate. They have to decide which way they really want to defend and where they want to go themselves. They may decide to abandon Bonn altogether, perhaps for something a little bit more central. We could see that come in from them. But with so many teams being full squads, I would hesitate for that to be happening just yet. Before you, though, on a murder spree, it seems, 4 eliminations so far, and they're really going after PNCR here. Look at those nades!
Oh, yeah, they find a nade. That will look like another nade going through to confirm the elimination through the smoke. Sepiak almost gets naded themselves, but they are able to find one in return, and down to just one player here for PN as they look to crawl away, but it won't be enough. PNCR will now fall into the dirt. It's only one left for them, and unfortunately it's showing PNCR another struggle for them. But before you, definitely welcome to see them get some points in the back. $1 Million Babies also sneaking away one of Fenerbahce there on the initial move round outside of Barn. I think it's a bit of a mistake here for Fenerbahce to be leaving this Barn area only with one player, and as you can see, because they didn't immediately move round to that change in the stage, in the rotation of the zone, you can now see that they got caught later in a mid-rotation point. $1 Million Babies came in. They weren't set up and prepared because they were later on the move. And Fenerbahce in some trouble here.
Yeah, absolutely. Did not expect this from Fenerbahce at all. It looks like they either were on the move or kind of just half set up, half prepped for this new side of zone to be busy. You see KR in the back there, Cat Veins, she's looking at them as well. So there's going to be no rest for the wicked over here. $1 Million Baby's got to set up real quick here. They should have some sort of advantage here with these this hard cover, but that angle up the mountain is not all that great.
Yeah, Cabane is one of those top 5 players as well so far in the overall elimination standings too, Neptune. So definitely we know that KR Lionesses, they can pull it out when they need to. They can whip out the gun and be able to take it to any team if they are required to.
It is Bon. Oh, Fenerbahce must be just livid right now. They weren't able to onto it, and the zone goes their way. So this is going to be very interesting. I want to see what Onyx end up doing, because they are in a low ground position at the moment. There is nobody in front of them, but Regnum Karya might decide to make their lives a little bit worse.
Yeah, you can really see the northern and the southern hills there. Those are really the points that these teams are going to be looking for. I think that hillside will be great to overlook. Also, the compound that teams will be looking for on that northern end to Neptura will be a point that teams will try to look to for security because of how awkward this stage is looking to set up.
Yeah. Oh, wait, hang on. Go back. Go back. We wanted to see what was going on there. That looked interesting. Yeah, there we go. It's Kasich and Yakut here. Little bit of a fall down. It looks like they've pushed up 2-2 or maybe 1-3 up there, and it's not going their way at all. It looks like Theano has to move out a little bit. Lioness is getting that initial knock on to the $1 Million Babies. In fact, multiple initial knocks. They're only down to 1. No, they're not. They're eliminated completely. We missed that. Unfortunately, KR Lioness is in here with 4 eliminations, just making a really tiny little third party there, and they are now in zone.
Yeah, KR Lionesses, we said that they had potential too. They get these elimination points, and crucially, as you said, a point in the zone here, which could be so controlling for those other teams if they can just push up a little bit more, get some more control in towards the center of that zone now. That is what they're going to be looking for. Sticking together as a squad as well, crucially, will be important for them because of how dangerous this terrain is, because we don't have as much of a compound, as much of a cover really in this area, in this kind of part of Sanhok, to allow teams to go on those wider spreads. Yakut will be caught out also by Kasich Limerence. That will just be a dead member of Yakut. There's nothing it can do, and down there will go to a solo, but number 4 Leora will also be caught out by Regency.
Interesting. Yeah, Regnum Karya doing some great work there from inside zone, and that's the crucial part of this, is these teams are outside of zone. They are being gate kept by the entire full squad there. Lovely little one tap there by one tap, but she's going to go down as well. They just can't get any sort of cover. Again, a beautiful knock. The aim on these girls is insane, but is she going to be able to get these teams, or her teammates rather, up in time, because that zone is continuing to move. Still 170 meters, 13 seconds, and it's stage 5. I don't think they're going to last much longer. Look at their health.
Yeah, realistically, they are very far away down out of his zone. It's a long way in. It's a long journey for Regnum Karya. They do have at least one med pack to their name. They're going to need a heck of a lot more, so I do hope that they've got more on the other members. Maybe keep one player back, but for now, they're trying to make that push, and this is a problem. You see, when you start to make this push, so do his later rotating teams. Also scared of Sandhawk in this zone. Yakut finds Fayano down to the 1v1,
Beautiful.
grabs Cakes, will grab the extra elimination points. Another 2 in the bag for Yakut, up to 4. Is Galacticos on the opposite end, trying to snipe down the Lionesses. You can see the eye. The line of the shot there from Rhea, keeping back down towards the south side of this stage 5 shift.
Gosh, we did lose Kasich and Yakut there, and all of a sudden we're down to our top 5 teams. I mean, this is what I love about Sandhawk, right? It immediately goes this way. This is just how it is on Sandhawk. You go very quickly down to your top teams. And luckily for Onyx, they have a perfect situation here. Look at this. The zone's moved completely to their side, and they're still a full squad. So this could be a very, very good game for them if they play it right.
Can Galacticus keep themselves in this next zone shift? You can see before you also still there with the 9 elimination points. They could rack up some good placement points here if they can just keep themselves in the running of this game. Down there as well, Onyx, the other contesting team, the other only full squad here left.
This is difficult, honestly. Onyx, they've done the right thing in moving out of... oh, that's weird. Okay, they had to move out. Never mind, because the minimap just switched over, and we're actually on the other side of the road from team of Camp Bravo, rather. So that was an error in this minimap earlier on, so I'm going to leave my point because it's no longer a point. Meanwhile, it looks like Galacticos and Onyx both having a little tete-a-tete and both having some knocks because of it. Meanwhile, KR, they want some action.
Yeah, KR, Galacticos Sirens as well, looking down onto Onyx, but it's that one front member from KR. They did snipe them down. Galacticos stepping forward, trying to now find the revive in the smoke. Onyx using his opportunity, though, to step forward. Now having a bit more agency here in the zone is Galacticos a bit quiet, stepping into this final phase. Very reluctant, you can see, to step out into the open where Onyx do have control of the rocks. Onyx actually with the better position here in stage 7.
Yeah, I think it's because they can. You know, Galacticos can stay very quiet. They have zone, they have the high ground. They just have to kind of let this game come to them a little bit. So I do completely understand why they're being a little bit more quiet here. Onyx, on the other hand, have to get rid of the nature there. They have to do something about KR. They will do in the end, but not before one does go down. So that's 2 knocked for Galacticos. That's 3 knocked. Onyx need to do something. They might actually do this, Wolf.
Yeah, Onyx, they just have to come in safe. They have to come in clean. One more Galacticos. They have the high ground. They try to throw the nade down. They turn the back here. Try to get a desperate revive. I don't think it's going to come out in time. Maybe they can grab one, but certainly the healing it won't be there. Onyx, they need to push. They need to use these 4 members. They cannot be allowed to get another player up. Galacticos stepping forward. That will be it. Onyx, they finally come over the top of the hill. They grab their chicken dinner. It is theirs for the tasting. And Natura, we also saw Galacticos there be able to keep themselves consistent, but for Onyx, but for before you, these are the teams coming in to that final stage or two needed those points, and Onyx a big step up for them on this leaderboard for sure.
Yeah, very, very nicely played. That was such a hard angle to play from, especially because Galacticos had such a kind of eagle's eye when it came to looking down onto what was going on below them. But just a really, really good game from them. Very, very well played. They played it very quietly. They played it only as necessary. They didn't make, a big statement. They didn't go all out. They just played it one kill at a time. And it was a really, really nice, solid win for. And I'd like to see them, push a little bit more. Very easily could a team like Galacticos have taken that little bit of hesitation and run with it, but that Molotov saved them in the end, and they got 5 eliminations with 15 points total. Not the most eliminations we've seen so far, but definitely enough to get them on their way back onto the left side of that page.
Yeah, Onyx definitely enough, as you said, to, I think, begin to secure themselves into that next phase, crucially. I'm curious to see if this is one of those singular matches, because Sanhok is so different, and can now, going back into Miramar, a wrangle later, if Onyx can keep up the momentum that they've now got from Sanhok. A bit of an also quiet game, I would say, for the beginning to mid part of that Sanhok match. A lot of the final fights forced into the end with how that stage 5 to 7 went.
Yeah, it really did make for some very quiet sort of mid game there, mainly because of the zone. Bonn is not really a place that's very used very much. It's not a very popular or populated area most of the time. So it really took a little bit for these teams to kind of go, oh, okay, that is actually where we're going with this. So we need to start making moves towards it. So I think a lot of teams were able to keep to themselves and just have a few skirmishes on the edge of those circles, but not necessarily get into the nitty gritty end game for a little while there. And we can kind of see that in a little bit of these fights here. I mean, before had 10 eliminations, but apart from that, we're just not seeing multiple double-digit numbers as we have been in the first 2 games. So it was a much quieter game for most of these teams.
Yeah, and also, as I mentioned before, ironically, before you, with these 10 elimination points, really crucial for them to be able to get these points on board, to also get towards the left side of that leaderboard. KR, Lioness is equally a little bit quiet in that second game, so now them bringing themselves up to equally going to be important. As we make our way to the player focus, and who really took it to them in this game, it is no surprise to see the side of Onyx and before you on this leaderboard. Fenerbahce, though, Alina, Fenerbahce have a little bit of a problem in this game on those rotations, as we said, around Barn, coming out of the hillside to set up for that 2-2 split. But Alina's still there on the top 5 regardless.
Yeah, a really nice result from her to kind of have pretty much almost half of the survival time that other girls do and still be on this leaderboard. So kudos to her. But you do see Yakut. Interesting coming that it is actually Yakut in here, Fayano, as number 1. Generally, you see kind of the top 4. And Yakut did well, but didn't quite get there in terms of or survival time. So interesting to see her top of the board. As we move over to the elimination damage ratio graph, we're seeing before you, obviously, going to be doing a lot of work there, but also equal work. They're finishing those knocks.
Yeah, indeed, and I think that's what you want to expect. That rough 100 to 150 damage per knock, that's what you want to see from these players, to be able to secure those fights to themselves and not allow those third-party snipes coming through, those steals coming through on their eliminations. It is a bit more of a overall all of the teams taking some damage and some respect. And I think that is all down, as we said, to the way that the zone played and forcing a lot of these teams into the fight and all getting a little bit of action in their own right. As we move into the overall standings, after 3 games, Fenerbahce is still there in top position with a little bit of a gap, but that middle side of the leaderboard, second there to 5th, now only 7 points between them. And realistically, in that left side of the leaderboard overall, one big game, we saw how it can change a team moving so far up the leaderboard.
Yeah, absolutely. So what's very interesting is Fenerbahce had an okay game. It wasn't the most fantastic of games. They had a few kills, sure, but they didn't really move into that late stage of the game. But what you are seeing here is a lot of fighting between those of the table, or rather 2nd to 8th sort of teams. There's a lot of fighting in amongst them. So what that's actually done is split all the points fairly evenly amongst them and left Fenerbahce to actually just stay where they are. There's no one actually threatening them just yet. In fact, the gap's gotten bigger because of those points that they were able to grab and because of the fighting amongst themselves or the other teams.
Yeah, right. And indeed, as we check out the top 5 eliminations as well here, it will be Lina with those extra 3 that she picked up in the Sanhok match, still on 10, but it's very even here between the top 5. 3 in that tight first position spot. It will be now Miramar will need to see who can separate themselves. Is realistically, I think, yes, you see only 5 players here win the top from the 10 to 8 elimination points, but I suspect there's a lot more of those other teams with those elimination points very close behind them. We'll have to see, as we said, if they can separate themselves out in the deserts. This will be back on Miramar after a short break. Welcome everyone back here for our fourth game of 5 here tonight. It will be Miramar once again. My name is Highland Wolf and Neptura here beside me for the PMEWL mid-season showdown. Neptura, it was a interesting game there where Onyx just took the win in Sanhok. We've been waiting for some of these underdogs from the first two matches to step up, and this game in Sanhok was actually that opportunity for some of those teams to get those points.
Yeah, it really was a really great show from a lot of these teams here. So yeah, some really good stuff, and hopefully this has been a little bit of a mentality boost for them to Miramar. I think Miramar has a lot of big big shoes. I think big expectations. It's a daunting sort of map to get into, so I think this little boost for some of the teams that are struggling a bit more with those Miramars, and I think it's going to go quite well for them. I hope.
Look, I'm really excited to see, as we saw yesterday, how these teams adapt, right, from the first Miramar game to the second Miramar. Now, the first one was a little bit different. It did go down towards that southern and western side with the Hacienda Hills, and then back into the side of Los Leones, and then up again. It was a bit all over the place. I'm hoping for a bit more control, but I'm also hoping these teams are prepared for it and are willing to learn from the mistakes that they may have made in that second match.
Yeah, me too. It could be interesting. I mean, you know us. The evil in us always wants to see the teams struggle as much as possible when it comes to them to be panicking, but at the same time, for them, I suppose we could, cut them some slack a little bit and let them have a better zone just so that they can actually game that they've been practicing for. So hopefully the zone will be going a little bit more sane, like this plane path is, a nice middle, straight down the middle cut here. So yeah, it would be nice to see maybe a little bit more of a sane zone so these teams can really branch and not be limited by what the zone is giving them.
Well, you know what I say to that? I would love a prison finish. I've never had one, or an Oasis finish.
Yes.
But prison finish.
I need prison in
Have
my
you
life.
ever had it? When was the last time you had it down on the South Island, the zone?
Ooh. Maybe last season, like one time, but I don't know. I think it was probably last one, which was last August.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
I don't even remember
even the
tournament stuff.
islands. Yeah, even the islands, I can't remember it, for me at least, until all the way back to the end of 2021. That was the first and only time I've seen a Miramar Island finish, and by golly, was it epic. I think
It was
seeing
epic.
how these teams rotate from those roads and seeing how they would rotate around the ocean side, something completely different that you would not expect on Miramar. That's the type of stuff I want to see from these teams. In the moment adaptations and how they will be able to learn from the zone, forcing them to play in areas that they may not know as much or they may not feel as comfortable in.
Absolutely, yeah. That's really the crux of it, the in the moment adaptation to everything, and that's what's so fun to watch, I think. But for now, the zone is threatening to be nasty, but we're not so sure yet. It's still fairly sane. But White and PNCR both are here again, and this time White much more on top of things. Quite literally, actually got a really nice high ground split over onto PNCR. So PNCR now have to be very careful that they don't get revenged on for last game.
Yeah, and I like that adaptation. We wanted to see the mistakes fixed in White. They've put all four players together here in the compound. They've got the high ground for themselves. PNCR actually in a bit of a deficit here. Almost might just lose one of their players for now. Barely gets behind the rig here. But White, they're closing in.
They are indeed, and good for them, really. This is nice adaptation, as you said, from last game. We are starting to see them push in a little bit more, and that's really what you want to see, this extra aggression, like push and push and push and push. Don't give any sort of leeway to a team like PNCR, because you don't want them going on the aggression side. You want to always have them be forced onto the defensive, and that's where your control lies. So this is being nicely played so far by White, with all this coverage cover. This is about as good as they can make it. They can't push too brazenly, but at the moment, it's looking good.
Yeah, it's all about patience. Don't get over aggressive. Don't get too eager for the play. But when these opportunities do come out, you need to be able to find them. And you can see Bera, they just could not find the angle quick enough. Mia is there alongside the rest of PNCR. However, it's quicker on the trigger. And PNCR will be the one to find the first potential elimination here. White in some danger.
Oh, nice little angle though there from Aluka. Yeah, this is hard. I think because this team now with that knock, it's enabled them to actually get back onto their feet and start thinking about how they can turn the tide of this, right? Right before this,
Yeah,
it was
the
okay, how do
rotation.
we don't know what to do. We don't know what to do. What do we do? Right? It's always the questioning comes in. Now they've had time to actually think about it. They're on that roadside. Now it's White back on the defensive.
Yeah, I love that PNCR have made this rotation to actually cut off White
Yeah.
from moving backwards. However, the footsteps have been heard. You can see the nades are being angled for this entrance in PNCR. And I want now the rest of them, Crazy also, to come forward. Don't let them escape back to where they knocked White, but also bring that extra member further forward. So you've got this 3-1, you use the 1 as the informational point for the other 3 to be able to get in on to the backside of the fight.
Absolutely. I do like that White still have that one off angle, or back angle rather, all the way up there. Gives them a little bit of height to work with, maybe a little bit of an overwatch. Yeah, I can see this very quickly becoming a bit of a stalemate. I think most of White are just outside of nadeable range, but exactly as I say that, somebody gets naded, so they are in nadeable range, and here comes the push. This is exactly what White didn't want right now. They need to make this push known. They need to get that defense as quickly as possible. Looks like they are going to be doing a little bit of that, so now there has to be a little bit of delay on either side here as they're trying to get healed on up, but for how long will this last?
And I like the PNCR staying together as that squad. Mia really needs to do something here, though, to stop White. And I fear that the damage might have already been done. Now that we have these buildings to work with, the cover is enough. And Mia really can't do all that much once they get into close combat with the rest of the trio of the White squad. So now it's down to Mia. Can they get back down quick enough? And can White defend this position long enough to be able to take a more even fight?
Well, I think it's very low. Oh, we're going in.
White.
Going in very quickly, yeah.
PNCR stepping forward, looking around, finds one. Can they find a second? Behind the building, they dip back away. PNCR still on the chase, so haven't eliminated anyone, haven't confirmed through one just yet. Now they'll get the first. Mia still on the far angle. I think this might just be the time for Mia to run. Would be the retreat on order for White, and unfortunate as it is, they did look like they made those adaptations early on, but naturally it just didn't work out. PNCR did come out still the victors once again in this compound.
Yeah, it's a real shame. I mean, they were able to get a couple of knocks there, but yeah, there goes Mia, so that is going to be White in 16th. Yeah, you just can't hesitate at all, and I think they hesitated a little bit too much. They didn't get those knocks when they needed to, and then getting knocked themselves just threw the whole game out the window for them. It put it completely into PNCR's lap there. Recovery from PNCR, I have to say, that was really nicely, I guess, directed push towards the outside there, and they were able to just push in after that, so very well done by them.
For you, coming off of the back of a strong Sunhawk performance, I liked that they did get so many eliminations, and I think this is the aggression that we're looking for from these teams. I really want to see all of these ladies do well, and to see the teams that we were mentioning are struggling, seeing Before You now also step up here with that aggression that we were waiting in the first 2 games for. I'm just hoping that they keep that up, because it's all about the consistency. Especially in a tournament like this, where you are playing in several days, but crucially several days very close together. it means you need to be
Mhm.
good on all of the days in all of the week throughout where you have these tournament days, maybe 3 even in 1 week. And to have that as well in terms of good performances, but over a short space of time still, where you only have in this first phase 5 games, 2 days each. 5 games, sorry, should I say, for them to work with is not a lot. If you do have one bad day, you need to come back quite the team swinging.
Yeah, you really do. It's a bit of a what's the word? I don't know. It's a bit of a pickle. Let's put it that way. When you have these sorts of long range, long stand. Oh, every word except the right word. Sort of long range, I guess, tournaments. They go on for ages and ages, 3, 4 weeks sometimes. But at the same time, when you're grouped into small groups like this and you've only got 2 days to qualify for the rest of the tournament, it does make it a very weird juxtaposition between, well, we treat this as a large tournament or we treat this as a very short tournament. And so it could cause some discrepancies there, but I think for the most part, hopefully these girls have it under so that they're kind of like, okay, we've only got these 2 days. Basically, we've got 10 games. We need to sort things out quickly and then relax for the long haul. At the moment, though, Fenerbahce looking for a very long rotation there. ELM getting picked apart just a little bit, but not enough. They are going to be trying to take over maybe that church. No, they are going to go past it instead. Interesting rotation from them. I would have thought that church would be a good gatekeep spot, but you know what? After Sandhawk, maybe they're just looking for that center zone and getting some points back on the board again.
Yeah, Fenerbahce here as well, looking like they're going to be alongside so many of these teams rotating into the more central part of this zone. You really saw it on the glimpse of the map right there. Teams looking to try go a bit deeper in, not wanting to be caught out by a potential wider shift of this zone. There is also a lot of ground on that mountainside just to above the southern coastal line, where these teams can take advantage of the high ground. There's still some compounds there, which crucially these teams can really utilize to stop the rotations wider on the very southern coastline of Miramar if it does end up going very south, but also keep an eye on those teams coming up from the northern end as well, where you expect most of the squads to be appearing from.
Yes, indeed. I'm just watching Kasich here. Kasich and Galacticos could be a very interesting fight. I think it would be in Kasich's favor potentially there, but I'm also looking at the board there. We got Yakut down to a solo. I'm not sure what's going on there up against KR, it looks like, so that's not gone very well for them at all. And we do have Woman Moment down to a duo at the moment. They are in the middle of a fight, so those knocks have not been finished on up just yet. But now we do have Kasich and Galacticos going at it. Here's those two. Oh, Piper just getting out of the way of that nade right there. Before you, continuing to be on a roll. No eliminations on the board just yet. In fact, they've lost one so far, but they continue to be very, very aggressive despite that loss, and it turns out that's going quite well for them.
Yeah, before you, they've got the opportunity here to take down the rest of Woman Moment. They will strike down, and it looks like just cleaning up the before you. They should be able to grab the rest of Woman Moment all the way down. Neptura clean before you. 4 eliminations so far in the bag for them.
Yeah, good stuff. I think before you, quickly becoming a major character here, I think. Definitely a team to watch. If they can continue this aggression into their day 2, I think that would be a fantastic move for them. I am really, it's really unfortunate for Women Movement, honestly. They look to have so much potential. They do some really cool stuff, and then they just kind of fall apart a little bit. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but hopefully they can sort that out. But H2K, hard to kill. A team that was struggling in the beginning, but they've well and truly woken up, warmed up. Fortunately, before you have managed to get out of there as quickly as possible, so no harm done there. But hard to kill. We've seen them do this before, where they're really in and locked in on those third-party opportunities. So good, kudos to them.
Yeah, we can see this area is similar to where we ended up in our second game at the end, and maybe we will treat back to Los Leones. I think that realistically, hard to kill want to keep now control of this kind of hillside. It will be great also to keep an eye on those teams moving in, especially from the wider rotations, maybe through the city. Would be a little bit quieter based on this zone. You would have to imagine getting into the city if you are moving in now to stage 2 into the next blue zone area. But also I want to say to actually on the elimination feed, KR Lionesses here as well, Nebshura. 3 eliminations for them so far. I'm curious to where they got that, but they are also popping themselves up there at the top of the ranks so far in this early game.
Yeah, I'm just trying to read the board and figure out where they've gotten those because oh, it was Yakut. It was Yakut. Okay. I remember now. Yeah, at the warehouses, we just saw a glimpse of that. So, yeah, the KR Lionesses did get it from Yakut there. Because I was like, well, if it wasn't Yakut, who was it then? It was Yakut. So, yeah, it was a good little spot for them. And down by the warehouses, if I'm correct, that warehouse is over by Puerto. So we're talking southeast, maybe east side, east coast. So that's going to be a pretty good spot for them going into these next couple of zones, I would have thought. Fenerbahce in a compound, but again, slightly lower than Regnum Caria. This is what's so difficult about Miramar, is there's always a higher ground than the one you're on. Always. It doesn't matter if it's a little hill or if it's a massive mountain. There is always something taller than you. So you've got to be really careful when it comes to those angles and that high ground, etc. When you're moving around in Miramar. And I think that's kind of what Fenerbahce are kind of looking at the moment. Regnum Caria have a good spot, though. This is a nice little bit of high ground. Never mind, Cake's just getting absolutely yeeted, but I think that's a big old... Who is that? Was that from inside town?
I do believe it could have been very Yakut. But you also here, of course, have the Regnum Caria team from the other end, Onyx. Are a bit further away, but do have potentially a bit of a line of sight as they are moving around on each other. It's a bit of an open split here, but as the zone is going to be moving in soon, where you may be looking for these teams also to look to take up shelter, especially as we start to see our final solid rotations come through here.
Yeah, absolutely. Am I seeing a smaller circle coming into Los Leones there? I think I can just about make it out. Yeah. So we are going for a Los Leones finish. That's going to be interesting because we are going for a city finish. That makes it very, very difficult with all these teams, especially with Yasnaya, especially with Los Leones because you've got those mountains on 3 different sides all looking down on the city. So getting in and getting out are going to be very difficult now.
Yeah, I really think the teams coming in really won't want to stay in Los Leones. I think staying in Los Leones in the city where if you've been looking around slowly, gathering your information, you may realize that a lot of these teams are in the center of the map. I mean, we can see it, of course, so it would make sense to avoid the city. Coming out of that, especially down south on a rotation, you would start to get caught by a lot of these teams as you see around these mountain sides. If it does bounce back up, I am equally looking towards these teams, potentially all actually running in. Oh my days, this is not what you want to see before you. A bit of an oopsie on the molly. They are going to knock down one, but they get themselves back up. They got the safety of their teammate here in Andrea, who will be able to bring him back up to full, or 75% at least.
Yes, indeedy. The way she was angling out that window with her teammate in front of her, I could just see that was not going to end well. And unfortunately, Nicole bore the brunt of that fire, but it's all good. It's all good, but that has given time to it's not Inferno, is it? It's Inception, to get those smokes out. So potentially a little bit of an oopsie there. But you know, it might not be all that bad as before. Come into view now, and we're seeing some nice little bits of we were looking at before, my bad. But the altercation Zeros getting a nice little headshot, getting absolutely destroyed there. Nice aim from before. I gotta say, before and Inception, both these teams have some really spectacular aim we've seen tonight.
And as well, the location of it deciding to control here, Los Leones taking control of the 4-stack, the 5-stack. It is some of the taller buildings in Los Leones that the city does hold. And being able to control especially that entrance onto the eastern side, if we start to see those bigger shifts, teams are, of course, going to want to avoid taking that more open eastern entrance in. But if they have to, you can really use these compounds, these higher buildings at the edge of Los Lunas on that eastern point to punish those teams coming in. You can see how powerful this 4-stack is for before you taking that high ground advantage and the long range advantage over the rest of Inception.
Yeah, doing a very, very good job while they're at it as well. I'm curious to see what the kind of the north side of Los Leones actually ends up looking like. We do only have 2 teams in here by the looks of things, but it's kind of hard to see what else is going on in the rest of the city. It may well be, as you said, that teams are very hesitant to actually get into the city, instead crowding around on the outskirts, as you see PNRC, other way around, PNCR, in Cave, a very little utilized area, often one that people don't even know about. When it comes to classics, I know many people who don't know that this exists still. So it's a nice little spot for them to be using. A lot of good loot as well if you need to replenish your stock. So not too bad of a spot to have. Unfortunately, the zone will be moving away from them, so they've got to get out of there, and this is where they could get run into some issues.
But at least they also, inside the cave, will avoid a bit of the action or the awkwardness of rotating around so many teams already in the center of the zone. It has gone back to Los Leones. It feels a little bit like a Highland Wolf zone. Neptura, I still remember the PTSD that I have from the 7 Los Leones zones in a row in Miramar that I once had. Yeah, that was quite something. So Los Leones is sort of the Highland Wolf spirit. It's like the Highland Wolf special for Miramar. We want Oasis, but we always get Los Leones.
Hey, honestly, it's not half bad. I really like Los Leones as a competitive end zone. Oh, just within nading range. This is not good for Regnum Karya. Oh, that's a beautiful nade. Just not quite doing enough there. But Inception turning their attention over to Regnum Karya there instead of before you. So I'm not sure what's going on there. But now it's Fenerbahce and PNCR. Let's see.
PNCR looking for the fight. Keep in mind also the best here for Sylar is quite low, so this could break during the fight if this does go extended. Also keep in mind the KR Lionesses as well in this rotation as well. I don't think Fenerbahce really want to take this fight. You can see the hesitancy, just looking for the information realistically here. They don't want to open fire. They don't want to be spotted here, especially opening fire around that south side of Los Leones could attract some of those teams who are already in the city too.
Yeah, absolutely could. There seems to be a team in yellow just pushing past everyone. I can't quite see who that is, but that's bold. Okay. Interesting to point out, though, Wolf, is that everybody is moving in from the south side. You even saw H2K coming in around from the north down to the south. Now, I don't know if they thought there was already people in the north, but they're about to get a rude awakening because nobody's in the north. Everyone's in the south. It's 14 teams, all in the south and southeast side of zone. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, very compact here, and especially the likes of Inception, who we saw already, and also before you, they have these control points on the east, and this will be the crucial point of control for them to see if they can keep it versus all of these teams. Now that the teams are inside the compounds, I expect them all to be a little bit more hesitant to still fire in those incoming late rotators, but try to avoid making too much sound, try to avoid getting too much attention and eyes on them, because they know that once this stage moves into 6 or 7 later on, it's going to become a lot more difficult if teams already know where you are and have the eyes on you to move into those next stages.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a bit of a... Okay, just as we said that, Celinda has chosen the noisiest
Giant
vehicle
monster
imaginable
truck.
to move
Yeah.
in. She
What
really
an
has,
entrance,
but
like, all the way
what
in.
she's got.
This is how you do it. You full send it. You watch your team die, and you say, "Well, guys, I want a bit of a longer break. If you get a longer break," and goes into the middle of all the teams with the monster truck. That is a strategy, we could call it.
That is, yeah, a strategy, that's for sure. But I just want to know how she managed to actually make it. If I'm not mistaken, she's the yellow one in that mini map, and she's actually in and not particularly threatened at the moment. She's just kind of chilling there at the minute. In the meantime, you could do go down. Onyx now having a big old massive vehicle explosion, it looks like there. So we've missed that one for the car montage. That's a shame. But Onyx down to a solo in just one easy sweep there. So we got a few teams really, really starting to struggle. In fact, we don't have a single. No, I lie. We have 4 full squads, 5 full squads. I just can't read.
It's okay, but they are damaged. They are damaged squads, and they do need support. H2K might just be one of those squads losing a member here as they have had one of their players not trying to defend before you coming in. From the northern side, they take down one. Onyx will be able to dispatch the first. But as you said, they're down to a solo player, and now here comes the blue zone. They need to be able to move, but so are before you. Can they grab a second? Yes, they will be able to, but the zone is doing enough. But they will look to grab a second with them before you. They may also just fall down alongside them.
Yes, indeed. I want to say big ups to Inception here. They've managed to hold on for a very, very long time here because they've been in Los Leones since the beginning of the game. And with all this crowding, I mean, I can't even imagine those amount of teams on that eastern side. I mean, look at that wolf. It's just so crowded. It's kind of insane. And yet Inception are still here as a duo. So big ups to them.
And the scariest part of this Neptune is they're all outside of the zone. Look at them run in. Desperate move here from, I believe that could be Eagles, looking for the control in the end of stage 6. Fenerbahce, another one to scarper through, using those silo buildings to be able to protect themselves for now.
Yeah, Fenerbahce not in a great spot. Oh, just getting your buggy right out in the open, just for a little bit of damage, just to make it, you know, season it with a few bullets before moving into zone. That's always a great idea. But I'm curious to see who's actually inside zone at the minute. It looks to be like it's Eagles. Yeah, Eagles in there. H2R. H2K rather, and who is it? $1 Million Babies again.
Inception, looking back over on this control. Eagles, as we said, they ran into the zone. They've got a little bit of control, but you can see on the outskirts of the east, we've been mentioning it all game, Lecturer, how difficult it is to control. It's so open. You can see Beckham Karia running into another of the contenders, only to be shot down. Everyone from each way is this open firing season as Kazakh will also be on the south side. Only one crate of a name, but outside of this zone, they immediately step out, only to be fired upon by the $1 Million Babies, firing back themselves.
That's crazy. We've lost half the lobby in about 30 seconds, less than 30 seconds. I'd say even 15 seconds. We've lost about 10 teams there. That is insanity. And now the nades are flying because that zone about to get into zone 8. So we're definitely in nadeable range for a lot of this. And you're even seeing 2 teams hosting each other in these warehouses. So this is going to be a very interesting finish. Super, super tight. Because somehow 3 of the 5 teams have managed to keep all 4 up. Except for $1 Million Babies as they go down because I've said something about them and I've jinxed them.
Classic Limerence. They haven't been jinxed yet, so they could still have a chance here, but it's looking a bit dicey. They've only got 1 player left. They are reviving the second, but how do they get out of this location? $1 Million Babies just look like they've got the more control to get around that south end. However, there is still the rogue members here of Eagle in the north. We still have the likes of H2K. Hard to kill on that other end on the east. coming in have knocked down one of the Eagles.
It's quite nice from Eagles, actually. They've had a pretty good game, couple with 3 eliminations. The rest of them, not so much. Beautiful. Now that's going to make 4 for Purple alone. But yeah, very nice rotation coming in from Eagle. They've just played it very, very, very quietly here. And that's all they really needed to do. They just needed to hold on long enough so that when the dust settles and the smoke clears, there's only 3 teams. There's still a full squad, and they're still very much a strong team here. So with that high ground, they're looking very, very good. Oh, and the backstab! H2K don't have a chance against Purple.
So crucial to get that first one, but now Cassie Deliverance have heard the fire through from Eagles. They're looking to clip down the wings, but they're only a 2-man squad. Can Cassie Deliverance, can she get it? Yes, she will. Down onto H2K, they find one. Looking to find the other. The next nade goes forward. They have to get rid of him because here come Eagles on the other end looking to do the exact same. Am I stepping forward? Will grab Purple. Down to 3. Eagles. Smoke against them. It's now they look for a molly over the top. Trying to burn down the Eagles instead. Eagles, though, they've got this ridge line. They've got this defense. So important, this ridge, to keeping them alive. The same with Kasich, but the only problem is they've got to move above it to get onto the shots to get away from the blue. They find Letty now down to a 2v2. Healing back up from Amaya. Another smoke forward. Eagles are trying to desperately have some form of positional defense. They do get down one. It's down to Amaya. Can they find the next? No, they cannot. It's going to be Eagles who take it down at the end of this game. Is their chicken dinner here on Miramar? But my goodness gracious me, Neptura, was that a difficult zone shift towards the end?
That was absolutely dreadful for the poor things. I can't imagine actually playing that, but just beautifully done by so many of those teams and valiantly fought by all of them, I have to say. A really, really good job there by everybody. I was fearful for Eagles just a little bit going into that final fight. They looked really good, and then they just didn't quite seem to be able to make those pushes through the smoke, make that aggression known. There was a little bit of hesitancy there that almost lost them the game, but those 1v1s, they came in clutch and they got that win, and that's going to be a whole heck of a lot of points on the board for them.
That's what you're looking for in climbing that leaderboard, getting yourself into a good position at the end of tonight for the end of that first day. 17 total points, 10 eliminations, or 7 eliminations, I say, with their 10 placement points here at Eagle. That's going to be able to boost them up, as we say. I'm looking to see, though, back at all the consistency that Eagle have showed somewhat through today. I think they haven't been that bad of a team, and this could be not only pushing them up, but especially towards even maybe the top of those standings, where you had teams like Fenerbahce. They really struggled to find a placement point and a position in this game, who now that gap will be closer against them.
Absolutely, yeah. I think Eagles were maybe 10th, maybe a little bit on the left side, but maybe 10th. And for that, with those 17 extra points, I think that's going to do a lot of good for them. Probably top 5 at the very least there. I don't remember teams getting so many kills for that one. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I definitely think it looks a little bit more even towards the eliminations. You can see almost all of our teams here getting at least 1 elimination point, and that is just down to the nature of this series of last stage shifts on the zone, right, and how it moved and how so many teams had an advantage at one point and then they didn't because the stage decided it wanted to move somewhere else.
Oh yeah, but hasn't that just been Miramar tonight, honestly? Just been back and forth between the different directions on the compass. So really nice stuff from them overall, but again, yeah, not so many kills per team here, but Cat Veins carrying her team there with 6 eliminations for this match alone. I mean, 1,000 damage alone, and ding ding ding, bell of 1,000 damage, but this time for both Cat Veins and Amaya. That's right, we're bringing it back for the mid-season showdown. The bell of 1,000 damage. There you go.
Look, I mean, Kat has also been on that top five leaderboard for eliminations all night long, Neptura, and
Hmm.
that's gonna shoot her straight up higher in those standings. It was so close before, and that's what we're looking for in terms of being able to put yourself and put that stamp in that number one position. Is we might just see later on. I'm also looking at the rest of the damage overall, as you said, Amaya, still very strong overall. And as we check out that graph,
Hmm.
again, a very,
Woo!
very large amount of damage spread though across all of these teams.
I'm sorry. Whose logo is that with 1707 damage and 2 eliminations? That that has to hurt. That can't be fun to be that team there with that much damage and those few. But I think really we're seeing this that be the story of a lot of teams here. The Lakers, for instance, Fenerbahce even to some degree, White as well, 510 damage but for 0 eliminations. So a lot of stuff going on. I think this just really brings home the chaos that was that match.
Yeah, Inception there, taking that 1700 damage for themselves.
Oh yeah.
Also, it is interesting to see that the damage so high from some of these teams that you can see from the middle of the pack overall in those point scorers, because you could see that they did try to get a position in this game but did fall a bit early,
Mm-hmm.
even though they had to do so much damage to try even survive in that last match. As the overall standings are here, Catholic Limerence closing that gap though overall onto Fenerbahce, now only
Mm-hmm.
4 points difference. $1 million Babies are
Wow.
right behind, and so are Eagles, as we said, now taking that fourth position.
Yeah, beautifully done. And just sneaking across the line against Galacticos there because, of course, they do have that win. Um, yeah, some really, really good stuff there. Kasich doing a great job there, bringing up that gap. Fenerbahce now have to work a little extra hard for this last game to keep that number one spot. And $1 Million Babies doing some really good work as well there. I think they got quite a few eliminations in that last game, so that brings them up as well. But still, super duper close. I mean, I know it's only been 4 matches, but to only have 9 points between third and eighth at the moment is kind of insane.
Yeah, a big amount of difference there. And I think also from that left side, the bottom end of that left side of the leaderboard to the right side,
Mhm.
again, one big game from any of these teams. Even you could
Yeah.
argue women moment. You get a game like we had from Digital Athletics earlier last
Hmm.
night in that final
Hmm.
match. Digital Athletics, they were behind. They were on the right side of the leaderboard. And then
Yeah.
one big 30-pointer. They're all the way right into that top five.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I'm kind of rooting for them. I really want them to do super well in this game. Honestly, PNCR, I'm surprised that they've only got 8 points overall because we've seen them a lot in the last, or tonight rather. They've been doing some pretty good work throughout the games here. So to only bring home 8 points and all of those be eliminations is interesting to me. So I would like to really see them shoot for those placement points tonight, and also maybe the Lakers as well. I'd be rooting for them in this game.
Yeah, top five eliminations, though, it is going to be Amaya. They're still in 15 eliminations. Cat Bane, so right behind those extra six onto the 14 eliminations. And a bit of a change up here with still Alina now down to that third position with only the 13
Hmm.
eliminations. I say only, still more than I could ever get in
Yeah.
a whole night of me gaming PUBG. I mean, I would not want to go up
Yeah.
against any of these ladies.
Oh, absolutely not. I'd be terrified. Can you imagine? That'd
All
be
right. They say
crazy.
1v1 me, and you're like, please no, have mercy.
Yeah, literally, literally. I mean, I can't 1v1 anyone to save my life, but super excited to see how they do in this final game because I don't want to play
Look,
against them. They
it's
can play amongst themselves. I'll watch.
I watch. This is why we're the spectators. This is why we're here on the caster desk, because
Exactly.
I don't want to have anything to do with being in the game to try and get points for these teams. I would be
No.
there's an extra third column for me on the right side hidden away. We will have one more game though on a rank for these women to earn, or these ladies should I say, to earn the points. And they have an opportunity to climb, but can they do it? We'll be right back with you after a short break. welcome everyone here for what is our final game of the first night of the Group B teams here on the PMEWL mid-season showdown. It's going to be on the Wrangle. My name is Highland Dwarf, and here is my co-caster Chura to the left of me. Now, Chura, it's been again difficult night for these ladies coming through from that last game on Miramar. That is not what you want to see going into trying to build momentum, trying to build the confidence at the end of the first day into your second.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on one hand, if you're first, second, or third, you're kind of like, okay, if we can do well in that, whatever that was, then we're good to go for the rest of these games. However, if you're not in that top 3 position, this has just been the worst game possible for that mentality coming into the last game. So hopefully they can hold on to whatever they have left and have a much easier time with the zone not messing around and actually get a good wrangle it.
Look, I'm looking forward to seeing if they can manage on this wrangle. We've been also hyping up some of the teams that still need a fair amount of points to get themselves back in the game. We said, and we hinted at it to the Digital Athletics of yesterday, where if one of these teams at the bottom gets a 30-pointer, gets a big series of eliminations and placement points under their belt, they could also be right up there alongside those teams sitting comfy.
Absolutely, yeah. It is still all to play for at this point in time, so it'll be interesting to see how these teams adapt. Will they perhaps, Wolf, I'm going to posit this theory, with these teams all so close together, right? There's not all that much points between them, even on the lower end. Do they use tonight as kind of a springboard? Some of these lower teams kind of go, we have nothing to lose. We have 7 points tonight. Let's just go all in and mess some teams up and then be ready for day 2 because of that point gap. Or are they going to play it quiet because they still have another day left? It's not, those final games where they really need to make up the points.
Yeah, I think going into the first game, at least, I would expect it to still be a bit more normal. But you do have to be, of course, wary of that, right? As you come to the end of each phase, especially in those singular days, right, where a lot can change in just a few games, I think you may expect to see a couple of these teams. Oh, that was close. That would have been quite funny on the montage. I was waiting for it.
It would have been nice,
but
wouldn't it?
I digress. It's, the last few games, I think, could be a bit scary, where you do see teams say, you know what, like, we know we can't make it in, so we're just going to throw ourselves at a team. And you know what? If that's one of those teams that needed points to get to just secure a safe position at the end of that last game or the last 2 games that they'll be playing, and they fall out early because the team decides they're going to change up the way they're playing, that can definitely have a knock-on to effect to other squads.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for that kind of nothing to lose sort of mentality. I think it gives new life to players, to teams who have maybe had a little bit of a worse for wear time in those last couple of games where you kind of go, look, this isn't going to work. We have nothing to lose now. Let's just go full send, push, everything. It gives a new lease on life to a lot of teams, and you see that kind of confidence, that desperate confidence come through, and you kind of see what these teams sometimes are really made of. So I always like those last couple of games. It's always very interesting. The question is whether teams are going to start acting like that now or start acting like that and wait until day 2 to start really doing that. By the way, I adore that neon green and black. What is that?
You know what? I don't know what it is, but you know what I would love in PUBG is, the kit, like the car from Knight Rider? Oh my days, I would want that. That's what I need. Like where you go in the car and this kid talks to you, like, and you just feel ready.
Oh yeah.
Just to fire like missiles from the front of your car out, or like take on the bad guys. That's what.
Yeah.
Like and then you go in, and then Knight Rider music starts playing, like as you drive. My goodness.
Nice.
Yeah, that is a car that I would design that, and I would pay money for that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that would be cool. You get that hype going in the car, while you're getting ready to push a team. That'd
Oh
be super
yeah, that's
fun.
like you need that epic action music, right? Like, but as
Mm-hmm.
you go in, like, I mean, yeah, you could probably have someone in your team do some like singing or some
The sound effects.
badums here and there. Yeah, the sound effects
Uh-huh.
right as you drive in. But I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's just not the same. Like,
Totally, yeah. That would be really cool. Honestly, PUBG, you need to do a hype train. Do a hype train, but it's a car, and you hype up teams
yeah,
as they will send it. But they all
yeah.
need, maybe they all need all four vehicles to play a little bit of a different part of the same song so that they all play at once, because we are not going to encourage teams to use the same car just so they can hear the music, because that's going to be death.
And out of the exhaust doesn't come smoke, but just the word hype. Like,
Nice. Yeah. Hype, hype,
it just,
hype, hype, hype,
yeah,
hype.
yeah, hype, 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 hype. As they drive along. That's exactly what you
Mhm.
need. Yeah, wait, see,
That'd
we've
be
got the
awesome.
ideas. Yeah, 10 cent
Yeah,
hires.
10 cent. Yeah, for real. DM me.
Just doing our pitches for our cars, our dream
Mm-hmm.
cars. Do you know what though?
Gosh.
Like, man, you have no idea how much I actually miss speaking. We were talking about it yesterday. No idea how much I miss not having the
Hmm.
Godzilla little waddle
Yeah,
dinosaur folded behind me.
I know.
Oh my days, I miss it. I need it.
Yeah, it's
I'm
super
sad.
cool, isn't it? I loved the Godzilla event in general. That was one of their very best events ever, and I loved the skins that came out of that. I mean, the Godzilla Arm skin, I needed that. I didn't get it, but I needed that, and it was so nice.
Mm,
But I have seen a few people actually have it in the main tournaments. In PMPL, I've seen a few use it, and it's just like, oh yes, there it is. It's so good.
yeah. We do have a bit of a rotation coming through here from PMCR Destiny up towards
Mm.
those North George Paul crates. Don't expect anything to happen to it. I've wondered if they would get caught by that solo. Maybe the information has been
Hmm.
given away. The PNCR are there, but they're going to continue to drive a little bit towards where it looks like this zone has gone in towards the center or so of
Hmm.
Erangel into the mountainside around Roshawk here, or especially Pachinki as well on this more central belt of Erangel. I really do think that that's where teams could be eyeing up, especially as a break point into navigating further into the zone, as again, if it does shift
Yeah.
towards that eastern side, but still have that security of the city and the compounds, if need be, coming later into the later stages if required, if it comes back towards them. I actually want to highlight something that I haven't seen in
Hmm.
ages in Erangel, which is the underground, the sewers, if we would call it that. That's what I've been looking for a long while. I had a
Mm.
couple games. I've had a couple games where we've had the sewers in it, but my goodness me, does it come down to the micro combat? And I think that would be so great,
Yeah.
especially with these ladies, right, who are so aggressive and so in for
Hmm.
the team fighting. That would be like the
Yeah.
match in heaven for these.
Yeah, that absolutely would be a really fun, if fun game to watch. Actually, I think we've seen one or two of those in the previous seasons, but certainly haven't seen it yet here. So I would really love to see that. You're quite right. Onyx look like they have had a little bit of a skirmish with Regnum Karya here, but they are all up and still standing. A little bit of a stalemate coming in there for now, but interesting to see how many of these players actually are damaged, though. They don't have that much health in them. There's a lot of yellow bars on that graph.
Yeah, we should be able to heal back up with time, but that definitely does
Mm.
tell us it is interesting to note that the information is there from each other. Onyx, Nadia almost going down, but you can also see here the rest of Regnum Karia. They are bringing a couple more of their players towards that more front point of Fairy Pier and looking to control this location a bit harder. you don't want Onyx to come forward. You'd also see the rest of Yaku also in the feed there lose one of their players, and now here come the Lionesses to charge in on that knock. I like the aggression here coming through. Onyx as well, going to actually lose 2 there from the rest of
oh no.
Kazakh Limerence, so looks like Kazakhs could be behind them as well in this fight. Yes, it will be, and they get completely charged upon.
Whoa.
Way too focused on Regnum Karia, and they immediately get taken out. They will fall 16th, but not shortly behind the rest of Yaku actually as well, who fall to Lionesses.
Oh, such a shame there for both those teams. Honestly, yeah, Onyx getting a little bit too, or very much too, tunnel vision there. Missed an entire team just rolling up on them, having that information onto them. And then Yakut, I'm not sure what happened there, but you really can't give any sort of entry knock whatsoever to these teams, because you have your teams like your Lionesses. They're going to take full advantage of that immediately. I mean, they went guns, not even guns blazing, cars blazing. They just ran over the entire squad there. So GG is well done for today. We'll see you on day 4 for your day 2 most likely. So have a little bit of time to kind of practice and analyze what the mistakes were there. But nicely done overall. I like to see the Lakers as well have a little bit of control over onto the Lionesses as well, just keeping that that kind of message going of, hey, don't be coming over here. We got eyes on you. You want to stay on that side, promise. So that's looking nice as well. And also, Regnum Karya are in fact quite safe now because Onyx were taken out. So that was a nice little boost for them.
1080 flip as well. That was absolutely lovely. I'll
Yeah,
add that to my
lovely.
car montage later on. And here comes the Suez.
Excellent.
Instantly favorite moment of the game so far. This is what I was looking for. This some of the underground action we can see, and it does look like Inception. Also, maybe potentially around the area. So we do have to be careful about potential other teams coming underground. But it is a great opportunity here for the solo, of course, to continue to loot themselves up, get prepared, as this so will centralize around, realistically, a wide but fair, I think, open area for all of these teams. And there should be plenty of opportunity for these teams to find a strong spot in this second shift. Alternatively as well, I want to talk about the Lakers, right? Because the Lakers have this spot in Pachinki. I wanted them to kind of hold that church area a bit more. But now coming in, I think if it can wrap around that northern side, could be something interesting and a potential opportunity to get a good rotation in for points here. But Fenerbahce have found the rest of Regnum Karia.
Haven't they just a pretty big full send in there? Regnum Karya have one on the outside that they might try to use here, but there are teams all the way around them. Yeah, this is the Eagles coming in as well, just making a rotation around the outside there. Fenerbahce actually, as they go down with the nades, oh dear, this is going to be Regnum pushing in. Yeah, this is the end for Fenerbahce, and they know it. Elim getting out of dodge, as is her teammate. That's big, unfortunate. That was really, really nicely played by Regnum, though, I have to say. Is she going to make it out, though? I doubt it. No, that's going to be 3 down for Fenerbahce. Wolf, what has happened to Fenerbahce? They had a great win, and now they're not doing anything.
Yeah, Fenerbahce feel like the opposite of Galatasaray, where Galatasaray took the time to warm up into the day, whereas actually Fenerbahce, they came out so strong a second into the first position in the first 2 matches. But on this version of Miramar and Erangel later in the night, it just feels like they're not the same team. And I think there was that change since Sanhok, right, where they fell out a bit earlier, and ever since the performances haven't been as good per game.
Yeah, it's interesting. It almost feels like something internal has happened. Perhaps there was a little bit of arguing going into that Sandhawk, or, because of that Sandhawk, something like that. Maybe someone's mic is broken now for some reason, something like that. It could just be even just little tiny things within the team itself that's just stopping that clarity coming through there. Clarity, talk about the Lakers, though, looking very clear in their position against who even is this? Oh, is this? No, please tell me this is not women moment. Please no.
Unfortunately,
oh,
I
it is
think
as well.
it is.
Dang it.
I think it is. But
Oh!
women moment, they do get back the
Okay.
Lakers. Unfortunately, though, the Lakers also were another one of these teams that needed a point. And there is
Yeah.
also KR Lionesses who have definitely heard that action and
Oh
are
no.
coming towards women moment. It is a victory, but a victory short-lived. Unless they pull out something spectacular here against the Lionesses. They won't. One moment will also unfortunately fall down, but not before at least
Oh.
securing 4 elimination points.
Yeah, that was very nicely done by them, I have to say. It is a shame they went out so early, but 4 elimination points. I mean, I think that's kind of more than they've had all night. So you know what? We're
Yeah.
gonna take what we can get. Well done, you guys. And in some ways, finishing off on a high, right? Finishing off on a decent amount of points for one game, and looking forward to day 2 where they can perhaps improve that just a little bit more. KR Lionesses, though, on the other hand, 6 eliminations already. Definitely feels like they've started to warm up now. The first one, maybe 2 games, were a little lackluster for me, but they've really, since that Sandhawk, really stepped up in a big way. So very nice to see them coming into form at the end of day 1. Just going to punch out all those windows. Melzy hates glass. She's not a fan.
Yeah. I mean, ever since they introduced that, I mean, I'm glad that the realism of actually there are glass and windows. And that was an interesting one. I was surprised. It took quite a while for PUBG to be introduced into our world of PUBG, but yeah, but that was definitely an interesting one. And I found it really interesting actually when teams first had to start to play around it, right? Because it was that little extra bit of movement, especially in those close quarter building fights that you often do see sometimes here in Erangel, and especially in those cities and also Miramar too. Definitely makes a difference.
Totally does, yeah. It is an interesting little thing. And it really plays into the micro plays, right? If somebody is really into micro
Right.
plays, here's one for you: glass. How does glass affect everything that you do as a team now? Also, I love the cars. Look at that car. I don't know what that is. I don't think that's a Dodge, but it's amazing, whatever it is.
But you know what's
That's
not
beautiful.
yeah, but it's not as amazing as the beep beep bus. So the beep beep party bus is where it's at on
Fair.
Miramar, and I cannot wait to get back onto Miramar later to have some more of that beep beep bus action.
Yes.
But I'm also loving the monster trucks. The monster trucks are by
They're
far
good.
a welcome addiction. I just love giant, loud vehicles that are sometimes
yeah.
hard to control, but are flashy when they go in, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, we saw it with Brute Force and Slytherin. Remember when Rose just plummeted
Oh,
down that hill
yeah.
in the monster truck,
Oh,
just
yeah, that
full
happens.
sending it? It
Yeah.
looked great. Hmm.
Oh, but
It was
that's what you
great.
need. You got it's the scare factor. That's where it's at. You intimidate your
Oh
foes,
yeah.
and that's how you get the eliminations. That's how you beat them when you've got the
Hmm.
man down.
Absolutely. Just that fear of that massive hunk of metal just flying at you. It's great. I was
Yeah.
trying to make Inception stay very still and very quiet as Galacticos went by there, because they are, of course, in the pit of death. No one goes out of there alive unless you're very lucky. So it's an interesting 2-2 split from um, Inception there. I can see why they're doing it. They're getting the maximum information, maximum spread, but it's just such a dangerous position for those two to be in. It's kind of nerve wracking.
Yeah, we prayed that the zone goes towards them, because if it doesn't, yeah, they go into
Hmm.
heaven. That's the only place they're going
Hmm.
into the next day on
Hmm.
day number 4. But otherwise, they may still have a chance. The rest of
Hmm.
these teams just holding up for now, letting to time to tick away and see where this stage 4 shift will go. You can see here Galacticos hovering over the edge of the museum building with Regnum moving forward, holding out the compound here as the 2.
It is interesting, right? thinking about kind of micro plays and getting into the teeny tiny little details of the game. If you think about it,
Oh yeah.
we're having a very we're having a very quiet mid game, right? And if you
Yeah.
think about it, it's because we've lost 4 whole teams right now. Now, not necessarily, I'm not saying that, well, because we've lost them early, we're not losing them in the mid game. Not necessarily. Not only are we not losing them in the mid game, what we're also not having is those fights to kind of make everyone aware of each other's location. So we're not getting those third parties. We're just not
Oh
getting the
my days.
firepower in general. We're not getting any of that, but we're about to, Wolf. We are about to. Elena
Oh yeah.
is
It's about to
blessed,
happen.
but also cursed. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Million
dancing
dollar
over here,
babies.
just getting ready.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's what I would do. That's it. We've accepted our fate that we are inside the zone, and we are ready to fight. That's the battle dance right there. That is PNCR battle dance, ready for the eliminations to come in. Because PNCR, we wanted to see it. We talked about these teams that need to come back up. They are one of them who they've had all these elimination points, but no placement points. They need to be able to secure those consistent finishes later, if not today, on that second day of play, because that's what's, I think, hindering them most of all.
Absolutely, yeah. It is something that they need to work on. Hopefully this having the zone will help them. Inception, not even caring one little bit. They're just going to move straight in here. That's a beautiful nade, though. Is going to do a little bit of damage, but not quite enough to be satisfactory. Regnum Karya on the out at the minute. Just 2 up at the moment. How's this going to play now? That's 3.
Regnum Karya stepping forward. There's a molly though, Neptura. That's going to be Regnum Karya on flames as they will go down to 1. They're trying to use the extra player to get the information in. Meanwhile, White in their own fight here versus the rest of PNCR. PNCR, they're falling down, but they walk in. They didn't notice White. Kara finds a triple elimination. Regnum Kara will also fall to Inception at the same time. But Kira, that play from White, keeping them in this game.
Beautiful. Beautiful. That was a 1v3, like the queen she is. Oh my goodness me. But I tell you what, I was just looking at the scoreboard there. Immediately everything was red and yellow and all kinds of wrong. That was really interesting to watch, like so quickly how everything can turn so busy. The Lionesses seem to be having a theme here of keeping fairly quiet. Not quiet enough to have 0 kills, of course. They have 6 at the moment, but Logica is down. So it looks like as a trio, they want to keep this a little bit, just a little bit on the down low, just keeping it cool for stage 4, looking to see where that zone is going to be going. I doubt it's going to be going on them. No, it's complete opposite. 200 meters to go for them.
H2K as well. They're a bit far away with also Galactico Sirens in their way directly into the zone. They might have to just go straight in and find a charge. They're gonna have to look for these initial knocks. It was hard to kill really without them. Yes, they've got a lovely position here to stay and hide, but in 1 minute 20 seconds that goes away there, Neptune.
Yeah. It's not a lot of time at all. I think Eagles could help with that a little bit by keeping the KR Lionesses a little bit occupied. Apart from that, I mean, Eagles are going to want to start looking for their own exit or entrance into zone, rather. Galacticos having a little bit of a field day with H2K right now because of that dip they're in. This is why never use dips, people. Use hay bales if you have to, but never the dips. It's not a good exit strategy for sure. $1 Million Babies, though, they're looking pretty good at the moment. Full squad up at the moment. Yeah, and that's why you don't use those spots because you get naded very easily. That is going to be 1 down for them so far, unfortunately. But it looks like help is on the way. Going straight for it, Wolf. Look at this. Smokes galore.
Yeah, hard to kill. They needed to realistically rush this compound. I think it was something that they had no choice to do. But they at least do manage to get one of these players in for now. And I'm just surprised but realistically, no one else is coming here to also punish that movement, assuming you would see the fight potentially decide to wrap around here, get these extra eliminations while H2K were down, but now they're back up, and they've still got all 4 players alive.
That's fantastic. Very, very well done from them. That should have been the death knell, but it really wasn't, and they did very well with that. Purple, however, one of, if not the MVP of the team from what we've seen so far, is going to be going down for the Eagles, unfortunately, so they're going to have to play without her, just down to 2 at the moment. Letty and Bianca having a really hard time here. They've just let the Lionesses go straight past them and kind of edge them out of zone here, so now there's a big old gatekeep happening. The zone is coming in. It's a mess for Eagles. I don't know if they can really do this, but she will get that knock. That's a beautiful knock. She saw that coming from a mile away. Come on, get that finish immediately. No, she can get another knock here. Beautiful. Ooh. She actually gets the whole
squad.
I was not expecting that.
Letty stepping up, but unfortunately here come H2K.
Oh no.
They're the ones now who want to take control of this northern side. But they got to be able to do it quickly. You can see that the other teams, they are fighting. They are distracted for now, but they need to also get into this zone. H2K, the $1 million babies, they are the ones blocking them here. Here, also Kazakh Limerence, the other team there in their way.
Wow, the Eagles is actually, is that Letty back there? Yeah, she's actually being very hard to kill. I don't know why they're not able to find her there, but they're not. And they do have to keep an eye out for her, but she does have a little bit of space to move around now. White in a good position if only the zone had gone to them, and
it's not great anymore.
It's not. It's really not anymore. They have to do something.
This is a bit of a dire situation for White right now. Yeah. Yes, they have a player advantage, but crossing that road, I think Inception could have been a bit more aggressive, held them to this blue if they caught them a bit longer, but now they allow White to push on in as well. Cataclysm is getting pushed in by H2K, but look at the backside shot from Leora. There they go, finding the execution on H2K, but Leora is in some serious trouble right now. It's $1 million babies. They lose one. Are they in trouble? No, they're not. Leora keeps herself alive. How do they manage it? The later rotation a bit too late in past the blue. The damage was enough. Now Kazakh Limerence, they dodge almost a nade in the face. But look at the next one. They get them all. Leora will get Raze. They'll confirm several of the members down. But now it's the backside. Letty who survived. Leora still alive though.
How are any of them still alive? How has she allowed them? Yeah, about time. Get those mollies in there, girl. She got a double knock in there and then didn't have enough time to actually finish that up. So they are back up to 2. Can they get up to 3? It looks like they might be able to. That's a big shame because that could have been a massive finish for her. But she's going to have to work a little harder on that Inception. Yeah. In the meanwhile, has to get into zone somehow. I don't know how she's going to do it. Oh, and Leora is out of throwables, so now she's got to 1v3 this team with Letty on the other side. Letty is really her only hope here to actually get them distracted a little bit. Fenerbahce as well trying to move in. That could help as well, as she's just got to throw smokes now.
Yeah, they've got to just try to smoke up the situation, try to block that tree from line of sight as well as much as possible, so that they can try to hide behind it, move away from the smokes as well, so that they can reposition, use the smokes almost as a distraction, so that they do slow down their push in and get those extra positional points, because as Fenerbahce take down their Inception, now Kazakh Limerence, they get even more placement points if they can just survive. It's 3 solos, but Leora, they cannot manage it. H2K, Razi will be able to find it. It's just 2 more solos to go, but Letty, this problem that has persisted from H2K not rushing down Letty, they will have to deal with her now.
They will indeed, and yeah, oh, nope, they're dealt. They're done and dealt. So H2K looking for the win here up against Fenerbahce. Finally, a good, decent result from Fenerbahce, even if it is just via placement. But now since that's 1v3, this entire team gets the 1.
Gets 1. Can they get the 2? Yes, they will. Can Fenerbahce get back in this game? We said they were behind. We said they were falling off. Raze, the only one to go. Alina stepping forward through the smoke, charging strong. They know that she's there, and they won't be able to do it. Raze barely, with a sliver of HP, will cake the rest of H2K. Hard to kill to the final winner chicken dinner. But Fenerbahce, a valiant second place to get them back in the game, considering that they had such a dire situation earlier in that match.
Yeah, fantastic work. I tell you what, that last player for Fenerbahce had 7 5.56 ammo in her M4. She sprayed where she could and then had to push with the DBS, and she just missed those DBS shots. So H2K, it could have very much been over for them had she had more M4 bullets, considering she took 2 down out of the 3. But a very well-deserved winner, chicken dinner, whatever, win from H2K there. Very well deserved, because they really did fight for that place. Very nicely done indeed.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that they didn't actually take down the elimination points. Of course, you can't know it in this situation, but they, of course, don't also get the elimination points, with the 2 still not being finished. But nevertheless, it is still a great showing. Fenerbahce, as we said, did take a bad fight earlier in that game, and to come out in second place after how many possibility of other solos could have had, yeah, the points on board, yet hard to kill. They also 10 placement points, 9 elimination points. They needed a little bit of a boost, of course, because they were slipping. They had a few difficulties here in a couple of the games. That'll bring them right back up into, hopefully, that left side of the leaderboard.
Yeah, that looked very, very nice indeed for them. 19 pointeroonies is a great end to any night. Looking very nice indeed there. Yeah, it was good. I really enjoyed, who was that? Leora for Kasich. I think it was Team Kasich. I just wish she had ended up pushing. I think she got distracted there by $1 million babies there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think she just got distracted there because she had H2K basically down to a solo. If she only had pushed that, that'd have been a lot of points. But I think $1 million babies came in at the wrong time there for her.
Yeah, I mean, $1 million babies did fall. I believe it was Letty from Eagles. It was H2K not finishing off Letty, and Letty came behind right with the Molly, so that really did slow down the pace of the execution of that fight for Leora. Unfortunate there with the other solo, but it happens, and still valiant work. They did take out actually $1 million babies, I believe. So Leora doing work for the team still to get them the elimination points, and of course the top 4 finish that they did get as well.
Absolutely, yeah. A really, really nice result from them. And that's what is so interesting about kind of these women's league teams, because so often only one of them have to be alive to actually get a lot of points on the board. Any one of them can frag out if they have to, and that's what always makes it so exciting. Those solos often do the best work, so you can't count them out immediately when they turn into solos. You got to let them play a little bit and see where they go. These points, though, looking pretty nice here. Kasich, not Inferno, gosh, that was last season's team. Inception, looking really, really nice here with 12 total points at the moment. That's going to put them a little bit further up on that board, so that's really nice to see. KR as well with 10 points. Fenerbahce with 8 points. There we go. And White getting 8 points in a single game. That is progress.
Yeah, that with White stepping up was also great for them. Eagles there as well, that third position finish with the 5 placement points. Definitely going to help them out to get a little bit higher in those standings, especially with their last game, right, where they were able to secure that chicken dinner. Really going to help them to stay inside of that top 5. Is Alina, though, is going to be the one with the most damage here. With only 2 eliminations, 1,000 damage. She was doing work, but the execution, it doesn't quite come out at the end.
That is interesting. You don't generally see that very often. And it also means, I tell you what it is. She was the solo, so her team were not able to help her finish up those eliminations. That was
True.
very much defensive damage, not aggressive, and so she had to just cut her way through to zone or to another position, but not necessarily take those kills. So that is a shame because she did some heavy damage there. But yeah, it just wasn't going to be working out in that time.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, but as we do move over to the elims
Whoa.
and damage stats, it's a lot of damage once more through from our top few
Big bars.
teams. But yeah, it's still, I think, tribute, as we said to the start of the day, and I'll keep saying it, how aggressive these ladies are when it comes down to the
Yeah.
fighting. My goodness, do they not step back? They go all in to the fight.
They absolutely do. And what's so fun is you see it across the board, right? Every single game, there's always a couple of different teams in there. This time, of course, it's H2K, it's Inception, it's White in there, it's Regnum Karya. Last time it was Million Dollar Babies, Galacticos. The other time it was Before You. All these different teams all have
Right.
their time to shine, and so it makes it super consistent and super competitive. I mean, look at this. Kasich and Fenerbahce tied for first, and then 38, 36, 35, 33, 31. That is insane.
Yeah, and I don't think I've seen a leaderboard so I think tight in terms of the
Yeah.
point difference right between these teams.
hmm
It really is anyone's game when it comes to making
hmm
it into those qualifying positions for themselves. I just hope that we can see all of these teams continue, as you said, they show performances in the damage, but all be able to show performances in these points that they can grab in each game,
hmm
because I think that there are a few outliers above in terms of the rest of the teams that we can see in terms of
hmm
consistency, in terms of getting points, of course, but there is generally a fairly even level of play between all of these ladies in both groups, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely.
In these top five eliminations as well, as we do move into them. 18 for Amaya and 17 for Katarina Sarah in the second. Alina, with the extra 52 eliminations she was able to grab up, gets themselves to
hmm
15. And then 10 and 5 for Liz and Fiano, respectively. It's definitely a much more aggressive group, I think, in terms
hmm
of the kills overall from these ladies compared to
hmm
Group A, right?
Yeah, it is. It's definitely a lot more than we were used to seeing. I mean, yeah, okay, if you discount digital athletics like 30-point game, I mean
Yeah.
that's just an anomaly, right? It's not gonna happen every single night. Certainly didn't tonight, but you are seeing far more aggression consistently from different teams over the over the other 5 games, right? All 5 games. There we go. Too many sentences at one time are all trying to get in there. It's not working. It's just not.
Like, it might not be working, but it's working for these teams, for those teams who haven't been working to get the points in
hmm
these first 5 games. There's still another 5 games opportunity for them. Tomorrow, we will be, though, with Group A, where we get to see
hmm
their final 5 matches in Eptura. So I'm really excited to go back to some of those teams, like, as you said, Digital Athletics, see how they're coming off of such a fantastic game, and also Galatasaray, who were looking by far, I think, the most consistent team in Group A.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. And honestly, having seen these teams before, this is just them getting started. So tomorrow, they're all warmed up. They are all good to go. We should be seeing some pretty epic games tomorrow. So y'all are definitely not going to want to miss this one.
Yeah, I mean, also Group B as well will be there to 2 days' time, but it will be,
hmm
as we say, the same time, same place tomorrow. Group A, where we get to see their final days matches for Phase 2. We'll see you there.
Have been really working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just Bye.